What's going on, everyone? This is going to be the entire collection of all of Napoleon's marshals, all compiled into one. Thank you for being here. Enjoy the show. You ask and you shall receive. Welcome back, everyone. I am about to do the Napoleon's marshals. We're going to start with part one. I'm excited to do this series after looking into it. I feel like it's going to be much more rewarding now that we've watched the entire Napoleonic series here on Epic History. Now let's do the Napoleon Marshals. Appreciate the comments below recommending this. If you're new here, this is what we do. We do history. Leave a like, leave a comment, and subscribe if you may. Let's jump into it. There's a bunch of them too.
Terror belli, decus pacis.
That's the baton.
Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton. In France, the title of Marshal or Maréchal goes back at least to the 13th century.
I don't think Napoleon was ever Marshal, was he?
Represents the highest possible position of military authority. Authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution as incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age.
Then it would have been impossible for him to be a marshal.
But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank. That year he picked 18 of France's best generals and made them marshals of the empire.
We gotta pause and look at this. We got Augereau, Bernadotte, Berthier, Bessieres, Brune, Davout, Grache, Jourdan, Kellerman, Lannes, Lefebvre, Macdonald, Marmont, Massena, Marseille, Mortier, Murat, Ney, Oudinot, Pernon, Panataski, Saint-Cyr, Sourier, Soult, Suchet, and Victor. Wow. They look like they're very different in ages, a lot of them. I mean, I don't know which of these are wigs, but...
8 more were created in the years that followed. The marshals outranked everyone in the new empire, apart from Napoleon's family, princes, and ministers of state.
Okay.
They came from every background. Sons of aristocrats and innkeepers, professional soldiers, and those who'd learned on the job, old-school Republicans and Bonaparte loyalists. The youngest, just half the age of the oldest.
Kellerman.
And though Marshal was a civil title, not strictly a military rank, the men known to the army as les gros bonnets, the big hats, were arguably the most extraordinary, diverse, brilliant, and flawed group of military commanders in history. The most favoured were showered with titles and wealth.
That was... who is this? I have no idea who that is. Immediately I'm thinking of Bernadotte, but...
The most favoured were showered with titles and wealth. But the price too was high. Half were wounded, 3 were killed or died of wounds. 2 were executed.
2 were executed? I guess we'll figure out who those were.
This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's marshals.
Okay.
All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from retired Lieutenant Colonel Remy Porte,
wow, okay, so this is gonna be a fun series.
Former chief historian of the French army.
Good job, guys.
More than 2,000 French generals served in the Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars. Many were brilliant leaders. A few probably deserved to be marshals, more than some who were. Any selection can only be difficult and highly subjective, but here's our pick of 12 of the best.
12 of the best generals, I guess.
Bertrand, Napoleon's faithful aide-de-camp, who commanded 4th Corps at the Battle of Leipzig. Okay. Clausel, a veteran commander of the war in Spain.
I remember him.
Desaix, Napoleon's close friend, killed at Marengo, aged 31.
I remember.
Prince Eugène, Napoleon's adopted son, a hero of the Russian...
of course, this is the guy that he bleeds into Moscow, and then not into Moscow, into Russia. And then towards the end of the war, he's actually pushed more towards Austria and Italy.
Retreat. Gérard, one of Napoleon's best corps commanders by 1814, made a marshal by King Louis-Philippe in 1830. Goudon, whose infantry division bore the brunt of the fighting at Auerstedt in 1806, died of wounds near Smolensk in 1812. Junot, who first served with Napoleon at Toulon in 1793.
How could we forget him?
Probably committed suicide after his fall from favour in 1813. Lasalle, the Hussar general, among the best light cavalry commanders of the Napoleonic Wars.
Every cavalry commander just has their own, like, bravado.
Killed at Wagram, aged 34. Maison, who told his division on the morning of Leipzig that they must win that day or all be killed, made marshal by King Charles X in 1829. Nansouty, the heavy cavalry commander who died of wounds and exhaustion, aged 46. Saint-Hilaire, hero of Austerlitz, died of wounds received at Aspern in 1809. Vandamme, of whom Napoleon once said, "If I had to invade hell, I'd want him commanding the vanguard."
Wow.
And now, Napoleon's 26 marshals, ranked in order of merit.
In order of merit.
20
okay. Oh, we're going 26-1, okay.
26. Marshal Pérignon. When Napoleon created the first 18 marshals, 4 were honorary marshals, recognized for past service to France. Pérignon was one of these. A former officer in the Royal Army, he'd won fame in the Revolutionary Wars, fighting the Spanish on the Pyrenees front. He later served as ambassador to Spain. After a brief retirement, he was sent to Italy and commanded the French left wing at the disastrous Battle of Novi, where the army was routed by Suvorov's Russians, and Pérignon was badly wounded and captured. His appointment as Honorary Marshal in 1804 was a political move by Napoleon, a way to win acceptance for his new empire, by emphasizing continuity with the revolution, by rewarding its military heroes. Pérignon never held active command as a marshal, but served as governor of Parma, and later Naples. His eldest son, Pierre, was a cavalry officer, killed at Friedland in 1807.
Wow.
Pérignon retired in 1813, but refused to support Napoleon when he returned from exile in 1815 and was stripped of his marshal's baton. His rank was later restored by King Louis XVIII.
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, the return of Napoleon in 1815 was so short-lived that any executive action was really something that was going to be immediately reversed, usually, whatever he did. But let's go back real quick. Let's look at his report card. We're going to call these report cards. We're going to let him talk, then we're going to look at their report card, and then we'll continue. So, his major battles were the Siege of Rozay and Novi. He died at 64 after Napoleon, not after the Napoleon's, I can't remember when Napoleon died, but after Napoleon's reign, 3 years later, 1818, in Paris, natural causes. It seems like this guy was, he was more or less like a favor sort of appointment.
Pérignon retired in 1813. Louis.
He was just proclaimed the savior of the Batavian Republic by saving Holland, and he also saved France from invasion.
Brune was another marshal whose appointment owed much to politics.
Okay.
As a fiery Republican and former close ally of revolutionary leader Georges Danton, his support was politically useful for Napoleon.
Why does Danton look so similar to Robespierre? Maybe it's the hairstyle.
Brune joined the army during the Terror, the most extreme period of the revolution. His political connections ensured rapid promotion, and he was sent to help put down a counter-revolutionary revolt in Bordeaux. In 1795, as a 30-year-old brigadier general, he helped Napoleon disperse a royalist mob in Paris with the famous whiff of grape shot.
That really pushed Napoleon up the Directory's favor right there too.
Brune then served with Napoleon in Italy, fighting in several of his famous early victories. He won a reputation as a fierce divisional commander and enthusiastic plunderer of Italian towns and churches. In 1798, he commanded the French occupation of Switzerland, while extorting 200,000 francs from the wealthy Swiss communes, the equivalent of several $1 million today. It was said that Brune's personal carriage was so laden with gold when it left Switzerland that it immediately broke down. The next year he won his most important victory, while commanding French forces in Holland, defeating an Anglo-Russian army at the Battle of Castricum and saving France from invasion.
We didn't really talk too much about that.
But a short, calamitous spell commanding the army of Italy convinced Napoleon that Brune was not fit for high command.
Oh.
Instead, he sent him to be ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, where in 1804 he learned that he'd been made a marshal.
Okay.
But Brune's lack of delicacy, combined with a towering sense of self-importance, did not make him a successful diplomat. He was recalled to France, but as governor of the Hanseatic ports, blundered again, drafting a treaty with Sweden that failed to make any mention of the French emperor. Whether a deliberate insult or act of incompetence, Napoleon was furious, and Brune was sacked. Brune spent the next 7 years at his country estate. He bitterly opposed the return of the Bourbon monarchy in 1814, and rallied to Napoleon when he returned from exile the next year.
At least he's loyal.
But in the tumult following Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, Brune was cornered by a royalist mob in Avignon, murdered and tossed into the River Rhône.
Dang! Was this what we were talking about, executed? Because how I view execution is trialed. This wasn't trial, this was just murder. So I wouldn't say this is execution. That's my opinion of what execution is. But interesting. Wow.
24. Marshal Serrurier.
He retained all the characteristics and severity of an infantry major, an honest man with integrity and reliability, but unfortunate as a general.
Serrurier was another of the 4 honorary marshals whom Napoleon wished to recognize for past service.
Oh, okay.
In contrast to Brune, Serrurier was
He lived a long time, 77?
a professional soldier of the old school, a veteran of the 7 Years' War, and a stern disciplinarian. This background was not necessarily an asset during the French Revolution, when any officer who'd served in the Royal Army was viewed with suspicion. But Colonel Serrurier's training and diligence were soon recognized as assets to the new French Republic. By 1795, he was a general serving with Napoleon in Italy, where his stand against corruption and looting won him the nickname the Virgin of Italy.
Because there was a lot of that in the beginnings of the the campaign in Italy. Given there was so many, the people, the New Armée that was rushing through those towns, they plundered, they looted, they caused havoc. Yeah, this was well needed, so I understand that.
Serrurier was a reliable, if unspectacular, commander, who won an important victory at Mondovi at a crucial moment in Napoleon's rise to fame. The following year, he accepted the Austrian surrender at the end of the long siege of Mantua.
And we remember that was a long siege with Mantua. There was like the holdouts, of months holdouts, and then they had to pull back, and then they had to go back because of the Austrian march that was happening.
2 years later, fighting under General Moreau's command, Serrurier and his division were cut off by the Russians and forced to surrender. Released on parole, he was back in Paris in time to support Napoleon's coup d'etat of 18 Brumaire. Serrurier then retired from active command. But Napoleon, remembering his past service, made him an Honorary Marshal and governor of Les Invalides, the retirement home and hospital for old soldiers.
I mean, I think he did okay. You know, this sounds like a very this sounds like a well-deserved honorary marshal status to me.
There, shortly before the fall of Paris in 1814, Serrurier oversaw the burning of more than 1,000 captured flags and standards, to prevent them falling into Allied hands.
Oh, okay.
23. Marshal Kellerman.
The oldest man. I think that I was probably the boldest general who had ever lived, but even I wouldn't have dared to take post there. Oh, okay. That was Napoleon's man.
Kellerman was another honorary marshal, the oldest at 68, and famed throughout France as the saviour of the revolution.
He died at 85. And when I say like these guys are old, relative guys, right? Because a lot of these individuals died in battle before 40 years old, usually. And the wounds and the systematic just stress of war, just it's hard to live this long. And a lot of these people that are marshals, that like this guy that's 68 and that dies at 85, I'm very sure that this guy had a military career, military life prior. Let's learn a little bit more about him.
A career soldier from a middle-class background, he'd seen distinguished service as a cavalry officer in the 7 Years' War. At the beginning of the Revolutionary Wars, he was a general, commanding a frontier army at the moment of greatest crisis, when it seemed foreign invasion was about to stamp out the revolution and restore the ancien regime. But at Valmy, in September 1792, Kellerman...
This is right at the beginning of the revolution.
Army of the Centre stood its ground, and with a ferocious artillery barrage, persuaded the Prussian army to withdraw. Valmy was not a stunning tactical victory, but it was a turning point of history that saved the infant French Republic.
They think that if the Prussians impeded, they would have won not won, but they would have decided history a little bit differently in terms of... That's interesting.
When the revolution took a more radical turn, even a war hero like Kellerman became suspected of royalist links and spent a year in prison under the threat of the guillotine.
Everybody was under the threat of the guillotine. Come on, even Robespierre.
Acquitted and restored to command, he was poised to launch a new offensive in Italy when he was sidelined, first by General Scherer, then in favour of a rising new talent, General Bonaparte. Kellerman later specialised in army administration and training, a role he continued to perform under Napoleon, whilst also entering politics and serving as President of the Senate.
Wow.
His son, General François-Étienne Kellerman, followed in his father's footsteps, serving as one of Napoleon's best cavalry commanders.
Okay. Okay.
20.
So now we are out of the honorable... We should be. So now it should be like, quote-unquote, merit.
22. Marshal Grouchy.
His conduct was unforeseeable, as if his army on the march had been struck by an earthquake and swallowed up. Napoleon and Grouchy's failure to march to his aid during the Battle of Waterloo. Well... Was there any way they were going to save Waterloo? The Prussians just really made it unformidable. Yeah.
When Napoleon returned from his first exile in 1815, he created one last marshal for the...
Oh, this is the last... Okay, I got you.
...upcoming campaign.
Makes sense.
Emmanuel de Grouchy. Although now infamous for failing to march to Napoleon's aid during the Battle of Waterloo, up to that moment, Grouchy had had a long and distinguished military career. An aristocrat who embraced the French Revolution, Grouchy served with distinction throughout the Revolutionary Wars, fighting counter-revolutionaries in the Vendée and serving in Italy, where he was wounded and captured at the Battle of Novi. Under the Empire, Grouchy excelled as commander of a dragoon division in Marshal Murat's cavalry reserve. He was praised by the Emperor for his part in the Great French Charge at Eylau, played an important role buying time for Napoleon at Friedland, and expertly covered the French right wing at Wagram.
I mean, he's done some good things.
For the invasion of Russia, he commanded 3rd Cavalry Corps and was wounded at Borodino. He survived the horrors of the retreat, but was left so exhausted it took him several months to recover. He returned for Napoleon's 1814 campaign in France, and was wounded twice more. Grouchy was made a marshal at the start of the 100 Days campaign, and commanded Napoleon's right
What's the 100 Days campaign?
wing at Ligny. After the battle was won, he was ordered to pursue the retreating Prussians to prevent them joining up with Wellington's Anglo-Allied army. 2 days later, as the Battle of Waterloo raged 10 miles to the west, Grouchy made the fateful decision to follow his written orders, rather than march to join Napoleon.
I mean, he was following orders.
And has been widely blamed for the French Emperor's defeat.
It's not, oh my gosh, that is crazy. Y'all are crazy. He is not the... he's not the reason they lost at Waterloo. Do you guys believe that? Let me know why you say that. And if it's just because numbers, it don't make sense to me.
Ever since. Grouchy's vilification is not wholly fair, not least because Napoleon rarely encouraged his marshals to show initiative, and often flew into rages if they deviated from his written orders.
See?
Nor should one blunder obscure the distinguished record of one of the Grande Armée's best cavalry generals. Grouchy fled to America after Napoleon's defeat to escape royalist reprisals.
That makes sense. We saw what happened to the other guy.
But was pardoned and returned to France in 1820.
Okay.
21.
Moncey.
Marshal Moncey.
Moncey. He was an honest man. That's all. Okay.
Moncey ran away from home to join the army at the age of 15. After
Seniority 3 of 26. I'm guessing we're talking age when we're talking seniority?
20 years of uneventful service, he'd risen no higher than the rank of captain. But then came the French Revolution. Most French officers were aristocrats, who, if they did not actively oppose the revolution, were nevertheless regarded as politically suspect. The result was that 3/4 of them either fled the country or were dismissed from the army. Moncey, a middle-class officer with no strong political views, reaped the benefit with meteoric promotion.
And he lived a long time too, 87.
By 1794, General Moncey was leading the army of the Western Pyrenees to victory over the Spanish, on what was admittedly a relative backwater of the Revolutionary Wars. In 1797, he was dismissed for alleged royalist sympathies, but reinstated in time to support Napoleon's coup of 18 Brumaire. By his own admission, Moncey was a sensitive officer, honest, honourable, but lacking a ruthless streak or iron will to succeed. Napoleon was aware of his limitations as a general, but made him a marshal in 1804 as part of his emphasis on continuity between the Republic and his new empire. Moncey was appointed Inspector General of the Gendarmerie, France's militarized police force, and spent most of the rest of his career commanding reserve troops. Okay. He only held one field command again. In light of his victorious record against the Spanish, he was given command of a corps for the 1808 invasion of Spain, operating in the south of the country with mixed success.
I mean, that's a hard evaluation, though. There were so many individuals that were regarded as great military leaders in Spain that had mixed success. For them to even say success in Spain in the same sentence after 1808, he did something right, a little bit.
In 1809, he was replaced by General Junot and returned to France. Moncey's finest hour came in the dying days of the Empire, leading the National Guard of Paris in a courageous but doomed defense of the French capital. In 1815, the restored King of France, Louis XVIII, ordered Marshal Moncey to preside at the trial of Marshal Ney for treason. Moncey regarded Ney as a hero for having saved so many French lives in Russia, and refused, declaring, "If I am not allowed to save my country nor my own life, then at least I will save my honor."
That's a great quote right there.
After a short spell in prison, Moncey was allowed to resume his military career, becoming governor of Les Invalides, in which role he presided over the repatriation of Napoleon's remains from St. Helena in 1840.
Wow.
At the end of the ceremony, the 86-year-old Marshal Moncey announced, "And now, let us go home to die."
Wow.
20. Marshal Poniatowski.
A man of noble character, brimming over with honor and bravery. I love how each of these are quotes from their boss.
Prince Józef Poniatowski was the King of Poland's nephew, but his military career began as a cavalry officer in the Austrian army, even serving as aide-de-camp to Emperor Józef II himself. In 1789, he transferred to the Polish army with the rank of Major General, but could not save Poland from partition by its rapacious neighbours, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. By 1795, Poland had vanished from the map, swallowed up by its rivals. After Napoleon's defeat of Prussia in 1806, Poniatowski decided loyal service to the French Emperor was the best way to win Poland's restoration, although he never fully trusted Napoleon's aims.
Why?
Sombre, serious, and brave, Poniatowski proved an able commander of Duchy of Warsaw forces in Napoleon's service. When war broke out with Austria in 1809, while Napoleon advanced on Vienna, Poniatowski waged a brilliant supporting campaign against a larger Austrian army in Galicia.
Okay.
For the invasion of Russia, he commanded the Polish 5th Corps. He and his troops distinguished themselves first at Smolensk and again at Borodino, leading the attack on the right wing.
I remember this.
Poniatowski and his corps performed heroically throughout the campaign, motivated in part by their old animosity towards Russia. But by the end of the retreat, 5th Corps had been virtually destroyed. Poniatowski remained loyal to Napoleon, even though the disaster in Russia paved the way for the Russian reoccupation of Poland. He rejoined Napoleon in Germany in 1813 and was given command of the Polish 8th Corps. On the eve of the Battle of Leipzig, he was made a marshal by Napoleon in recognition of his service and to inspire his Polish troops.
That's like in the 11th hour, too.
Poniatowski was the only non-Frenchman to receive this honor. He and his troops fought with their usual tenacity and skill at Leipzig, holding key villages on the southern front against the Austrian and Prussian onslaught. At the end of the battle, Poniatowski commanded part of the rearguard. But their only escape route, a bridge over the Elster River, was blown up too soon.
And I bet you every single thing that we just heard, where he had doubts of Napoleon, how he, was kind of like questioning things, all went back to the forefront of his mind when he saw that bridge gone.
Badly wounded, Poniatowski tried to escape by riding his horse across the river, but he was swept from his saddle and drowned.
Yep, remember
He had been a marshal for just 4 days.
Damn.
In the short term, Poniatowski's loyalty to France achieved nothing, as following Napoleon's defeat, Russia occupied Poland for the next century. But Poniatowski's legend lived on, a model of Polish patriotism that inspired future generations.
Nice. He deserved that.
19. Marshal Jourdan.
I certainly used that man very ill. I certainly used that man very ill. Jourdan is a true patriot, and that is the answer to many things that have been said about him. He's a patriot.
As a young French private, Jourdan saw combat in Georgia during the American Revolutionary War.
Oh, like Georgia the state. Wow.
But he then caught a fever that led to his discharge and plagued him for the rest of his life.
Really?
When the French Revolution began, he was elected captain of his local National Guard unit, fought at the battles of Jemappes and Hochschutter, and was rapidly promoted to general.
Wow.
In 1794, he made his name defeating coalition forces at the Battle of Fleurus. This was a crucial victory of the Revolutionary War, which handed France control of Belgium for 20 years. It was also notable for the French army's use of balloon reconnaissance, the first effective use of an aircraft in military history. Jourdan became a prominent politician under the Directory, lending his name to a law that formalized France's policy of mass conscription. As a committed Republican, Jourdan refused to support Napoleon's coup of 18 Brumaire.
Interesting.
But his fame as the victor of Fleurus was enough to ensure he became a marshal in 1804. Jourdan was on good terms with Napoleon's elder brother, Joseph.
Did he spend a lot of time in Spain?
When Joseph became king of Spain in 1808, Jourdan went with him as his military advisor.
Okay, that makes sense.
But the situation in Spain would prove beyond Jourdan's military skills to solve.
Really, anyone?
He faced stubborn resistance from the Spanish and Portuguese, supported by the British, and an equally stubborn refusal to cooperate from other French marshals in Spain, theoretically under Jourdan's command, but who repeatedly ignored his orders and openly questioned his competence. Marshal Soult in Andalusia was a prime offender, while Marshal Victor's insubordination at the Battle of Talavera contributed directly to the French defeat. Struck by another bout of ill health, Jourdan went home to recover. 2 years later he returned to Spain, but at the Battle of Vitoria in 1813, he and King Joseph were outmaneuvered and decisively beaten by Wellington.
Yeah, the Battle of Victoria was one of the worst sightings of French military I've ever seen.
Leading to the collapse of the Bonapartist Kingdom of Spain.
Yeah, that was horrible.
Jourdan never held a major command again.
He lived pretty
but
old.
His 20 years of service and evident patriotism were widely recognized and respected. He was made a peer by Napoleon, a count by Louis XVIII, and died in 1833 while serving as governor of Les Invalides.
Not bad.
Perignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, Jourdan. 8 down, 18 to go.
18 to
Join
go.
us for part 2, when we'll continue the countdown.
This was interesting. I really appreciate you guys pointing that out, that this was a definite must-see series before we hop off Napoleon. You know, these individuals, the first four, really just by favoritism of retroactive service. Then Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, really, you know, the later years of service in terms of being a marshal. Jourdan, really that overlooked individual in Spain by way of Joseph in terms of being its chief of staff. Not anything, you know, these individuals are at the bottom of the 26, so we can't really speak too highly or too lowly of any of these individuals. Let me know, though. This is my comment question for you. Out of these 8, which one is your favorite and which one is your least favorite? Regardless to their ranking, which one is your favorite and which one is your least favorite out of only these 8 that are shown? Got it? Got it. All right, appreciate you guys watching. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, guys. We got another episode of Napoleon's Marshals. Glad you're here with me. Hit that like button, leave a comment, and let's just jump right into it, shall we? We got a lot of marshals to talk about.
Terror belli, decus pacis. Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton. In France, the title of Marshal or Maréchal goes back at least to the 13th century. It represents the highest possible position of military authority. Authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution as incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age. But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank.
Yep.
This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's marshals.
Part 2.
All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from retired Lieutenant Colonel Remy Porte, former chief historian of the French Army.
Got some good expertise here.
So far, we've met Marshals Perignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, and Jourdan. 18. Marshal Bernadotte.
I can only say that Bernadotte let me down. I can accuse him of ingratitude. What shit? I can accuse him of ingratitude, but not of treason. Of course, this is the guy that takes over Sweden.
Bernadotte enlisted in the French Royal Army aged 17 and proved a model soldier, rising to become the senior non-commissioned officer in his regiment in just 10 years. The French Revolution and active service opened the door to rapid promotion. He was made an officer, and thanks to exemplary leadership and courage, rose in rank from captain to general of division in a single year. Not even Napoleon rose through the ranks as quickly. He particularly distinguished himself at Fleurus, leading an attack that helped secure Jourdan's famous victory. As a professional soldier and ex-sergeant major, Bernadotte insisted on the highest standards of discipline and conduct from his men. He even fought a duel with his own chief of staff, whom he accused of taking a bribe. In 1797, Bernadotte was transferred to Italy, where he served under Napoleon's command for the first time.
And of course, that's where we know a lot about him when we were looking at the Italian campaigns.
By this stage, both men had brilliant reputations, but despite a good first meeting, a clash of styles and jealous rivalry soon emerged between them.
Oh.
What's more, Bernadotte had immediately got on the wrong side of the future Marshal Berthier, Napoleon's chief of staff, by arresting one of his friends for insubordination. In 1798, Bernadotte married Napoleon's ex-fiancée, Désirée Clary.
I missed that, I guess. I don't remember that at all.
Her sister Julie was married to Napoleon's brother, Joseph, meaning Bernadotte was now family. But when Napoleon asked Bernadotte to support his coup of 18 Brumaire, he refused, though he did not actively oppose it. Napoleon suspected Bernadotte of conspiring against him, but the Clary sisters helped to keep the peace. Throughout this period, Bernadotte held key posts as Minister of War in 1799, Commander of the Army of the West in 1800, and Governor of Hanover in 1804, proving highly effective in each role. That year, Napoleon made Bernadotte a marshal, and he commanded First Corps at the Battle of Austerlitz, playing a relatively minor part in the Emperor's great victory. Nevertheless, he was rewarded with the title Prince of Pontecorvo.
Pontecorvo?
But his relationship with Napoleon remained difficult. In 1806, as Napoleon took on Prussia, Bernadotte was blamed for failing to support Marshal Davout at the Battle of Auerstedt, and was nearly court-martialed. Though Bernadotte partly redeemed himself with a vigorous pursuit of the beaten Prussians. The next year, he missed the Battle of Eylau after his orders were intercepted by the Russians, and a gunshot wound to the neck meant he also missed the Battle of Friedland.
A gunshot to the neck? My God. You don't really hear that not hear casualty, or not casualty, death after that, so that's crazy that he survived.
With command of 1st Corps passing to General Victor. When war resumed with Austria in 1809, Bernadotte was given command of the 9th Saxon Corps. On the evening of the first day at the gigantic Battle of Wagram, his troops were in heavy fighting with the Austrians. But dressed in white, like the Austrians, they came under devastating friendly fire, panicked and routed. The next morning, Bernadotte pulled his men back without orders, and when they later retreated again, he and the Emperor exchanged sharp words on the battlefield. Bernadotte then issued a proclamation to the Saxons praising their conduct and outraging Napoleon. Bernadotte was sent in semi-disgrace to the Dutch coast to oversee the defeat of a major British landing at Walcheren. But another triumphant proclamation, effectively publicizing the strength of his forces, further infuriated Napoleon. In an unlikely twist of fate in 1810, Swedish politicians invited Bernadotte to become Crown Prince of Sweden.
And how does that even happen is what I'm thinking, because you have a body of water separating them. Unless they saw how he was at being governor of Hanover, because that's really his only politics here. So why was he invited?
The current king was old and childless, and Bernadotte was a proven general and administrator, member of the French imperial family, and well regarded by Swedish army officers, who remembered his fair treatment of Swedish prisoners 3 years earlier in Pomerania.
I mean, still, that's a wild recruitment.
Napoleon was at first bemused, remarking that he could think of other marshals who were better qualified, but he did give his assent, even when Bernadotte made it clear that as Crown Prince he would pursue Swedish interests.
And we'll see that later.
He was true to his word. 3 years later, with Napoleon on the ropes after his disastrous invasion of Russia, Crown Prince Bernadotte brought Sweden into the 6th Coalition and declared war on France.
It's a lot easier to come into the coalition too, not just because of, he hated his ex-boss, which I think they bumped heads, but I think it was more respect thing versus just like a hatred. Now, Britain, being the purse of all the coalitions, basically, really influenced the Swedish crown to jump into this, because you gotta this nationalist aspect of it, trying to keep his crown. We saw the same thing with Murat in Naples. There's just an aspect of trying to hold on to power, but also being incentivized by 5 million francs or whatever it was.
With his insider knowledge, he helped the Allies to devise the Trachenberg Plan, a strategy for defeating Napoleon in Germany by avoiding battle with Napoleon himself and targeting only his marshals.
It kind of worked!
In September, Bernadotte defeated former comrades Marshals Oudinot and Ney at Dennewitz. 5 weeks later, he played a major role in the great Allied victory at Leipzig. Bernadotte's legacy would prove the most lasting of any of Napoleon's marshals. The royal house of Bernadotte sits on the Swedish throne to this day.
That's insane, man. That's insane butterfly effect right there, because all those things you see at the bottom left, 1780 to 1810, every single one of those things just slowly trickled into him being the crown. And because of that, King Carl the 16th? King Carl the 16th is now still... That's crazy.
Bernadotte was labelled a traitor by Napoleon's supporters, though not by Napoleon himself. He was unquestionably a gifted soldier and administrator.
I'm sure he thought the same thing about
But his
Murat.
personality clash and long-running feud with the emperor meant he was never a great marshal. 17. Marshal Augereau.
His courage, his outstanding virtues elevated him far above the crowd. But honors, titles, and money plunged him back into it.
Augereau had, by his own account, an eventful younger life, serving at various times with the French, Russian and Prussian armies, deserting or being kicked out of all three in dubious circumstances. He briefly earned a living in Dresden as a fencing master, with a feared reputation as a duelist. He embraced the French Revolution and joined a volunteer cavalry regiment known as the German Legion, before holding various staff and training roles where his experience in the regular Prussian army proved valuable. Promoted to general, Augereau served in the Eastern Pyrenees, where his flair for tactics and bold, decisive action helped win a series of victories over the Spanish. Later serving in Italy under Napoleon, Augereau proved a highly effective divisional commander. The future emperor's reports were glowing. Strong character, firmness, energy, has the habit of war, liked by his men, and lucky. In 1796, Augereau played a leading role in Napoleon's victories over the Austrians at Castiglione and Arcole. In fact, the painting of Augereau's heroism at Arcole Bridge long predates the more famous version by Vernet, in which Napoleon takes centre stage, and is an even greater work of fiction.
Is even a greater work of fiction? Wait, which side is a greater work of fiction? Because I think on the right's more fictional, right?
Augereau's standing among fellow generals, however, was damaged by an enthusiasm for looting to rival General Brune, while others were irritated by his loud and boastful manner. Augereau was known to be a reliable Republican, and in 1797 Napoleon sent him to Paris to be the military muscle for the coup of 18 Fructidor. This was an army-backed purge of pro-royalist politicians threatening to restore the French monarchy. A brief spell in charge of the Army of the Rhine demonstrated that Augereau was not suited for high command, as his unruly entourage and obsession with plunder caused chaos at headquarters.
The Rhine area has been difficult for a lot of people, though.
As a Republican, Augereau initially opposed Napoleon's seizure of political power, but soon sensed which way the wind was blowing and pledged support.
Of course.
Created a marshal in 1804, status, wealth and declining health served to mellow Augereau's behaviour. He commanded 7th Corps in the 1805 campaign, but was held in reserve and missed the great battles of Ulm and Austerlitz. The following year, he was in the thick of the fighting at Jena, leading 7th Corps against the Prussian southern flank. At Eylau in 1807, Augereau was so ill he had to be strapped to his horse, but led 7th Corps into battle in terrible winter conditions. Ordered to advance,
We already know what happened.
his corps lost its way in a blizzard, was mown down by Russian guns, charged and virtually destroyed. Augereau himself was hit and crushed under his own horse. He returned to France to recover.
The fact he survived that is just unbelievable to me.
But was never the same again.
Oh yeah.
His energy and zeal were gone. During Napoleon's war in Spain, he was sent to replace Saint-Cyr as commander of the Army of Catalonia. He completed the grim 7-month siege of Girona, but was soon replaced by Macdonald for his lackluster performance. In 1812, Augereau commanded depots and reinforcements in the rear, as the Grande Armée marched to its destruction in Russia. However, at Leipzig he was briefly back to his best, inspiring his small corps of conscripts to fight for several key villages in the south in the face of relentless Austrian attack. In 1814, Napoleon gave Augereau command of the Army of the Rhone, but he surrendered Lyon without a fight, and on news of Napoleon's abdication, denounced his former emperor.
Wherever the wind blows, I guess.
As a man who, having sacrificed millions of victims to his cruel ambitions, has not known how to die like a soldier. When Napoleon returned from exile in 1815...
Don't tell me that he went back to Napoleon.
Augereau proclaimed his loyalty once more.
This guy's a snake.
But the emperor was not interested. Augereau was stripped of his baton and died the next year.
Damn.
16. Marshal Lefebvre.
Okay, I was trying to figure out how to pronounce them, so the B is silent. Marshal Lefebvre. A truly brave man who does not concern himself with the maneuvers on his left and the right, but thinking only of fighting well, and is not afraid to die.
François Lefebvre was a sergeant with 16 years' service in the elite Garde Française when the French Revolution broke out. When the Guard was disbanded, he became an officer in the Paris National Guard and received the first of many wounds protecting the royal family from an angry mob. Every inch the soldier, the Revolutionary Wars brought Lefebvre opportunity for active command and rapid promotion. In just 2 years, he rose from captain to general.
Very similar to how fast Mr. Napoleon rose.
Establishing a reputation as a formidable divisional commander, a good tactician, brave, energetic, and attentive to the needs of his men. His chief of staff, the future Marshal Soult, acknowledged that he learned much from Lefebvre's example. In 1799, Lefebvre commanded the Paris military district. Not much impressed by politicians, when Napoleon asked him to support a coup, he was all for it, declaring, "Yes, let's throw the lawyers into the river."
I remember that.
In 1804, Napoleon made Lefebvre an Honorary Marshal. Honorary because Napoleon assumed Lefebvre would prefer a quiet life in the Senate, after a decade's active service with the scars to prove it. But he'd underestimated Lefebvre, who pleaded for a frontline role. So the emperor gave him command of the Imperial Guard infantry for the Jena campaign.
And the Imperial Guard is almost like a reserve anyway, to where you're not going to be in the front line unless you're talking 1814, 13, 15.
The next year, Lefebvre commanded the siege of Danzig, inspiring the troops of 10th Corps by leading one counterattack in person.
Wow.
After the successful conclusion of the siege, Napoleon awarded Lefebvre the title Duke of Danzig.
That's big.
Lefebvre's record as a corps commander was mixed. In Spain, he exasperated Napoleon by twice ignoring orders. But in 1809, when Archduke Charles of Austria launched a sudden attack on Bavaria, Lefebvre's Bavarian 7th Corps was crucial in slowing the enemy advance, until Napoleon arrived to take charge. He was then given the difficult task of suppressing a popular revolt in the Tyrol, led by Andreas Hofer, which he achieved despite some early setbacks. For the invasion of Russia, Lefebvre commanded the infantry of the Old Guard. During the retreat from Moscow, the 57-year-old Marshal insisted on marching on foot at the head of the Guard all the way. At the end of the retreat, he was devastated to learn that his son, a 27-year-old general, was among nearly 100,000 men who had not survived the march. He had been Lefebvre's last surviving child, of 14. After a year recovering from exhaustion and grief, Lefebvre returned to lead the Old Guard one last time in the defence of France, and was in heavy fighting at Montmirail and Montereau. But in April 1814, he was one of the marshals who confronted Napoleon with the reality of his position and forced him to abdicate.
I mean, that's many. I can't remember who was not in favor of abdication. Who was? I can't remember who they were. There was a couple, I think, but the majority were in favor of abdication.
Lefebvre and his wife, an ex-washerwoman turned duchess, were famous for their lack of airs and graces, for honest, blunt speech, and for always helping out old comrades. When a friend commented on Lefebvre's wealth and titles, the marshal invited him into the courtyard. "I'll have 10 shots at you with a musket at 30 paces, he told him. "If I miss, the whole estate is yours." When the friend declined, Lefebvre added, "I had 1,000 bullets fired at me from closer before I got all this."
That's pretty good.
Lefebvre was too exhausted to take an active role in the Waterloo campaign, though he accepted a role as a senator under Napoleon, which led to a brief period in disgrace when the Bourbons returned.
I wonder what happened politically, like, to a lot of these people after the Bourbons. I mean, we're kind of racing over a little bit of it, but like, I'd love to take a deeper dive.
His rank and honours were restored to him a year before his death, in 1820.
Mortier.
15. Marshal Mortier.
The 3 best of my generals, Davout, Soult, and Berthier. Mortier was the most feeble.
Edouard Mortier was from a prosperous middle-class background in northern France. When the French Revolution began in 1789, he volunteered for the National Guard, a new middle-class militia charged with preserving order and defending against counter-revolution. When war broke out with France's neighbours, Mortier's unit was sent to the front. Standing 6'4", Mortier was conspicuous for his height and bravery, being wounded twice and winning praise from his commander, the future Marshal Lefebvre.
It's not good to be that tall in war, you know, because there's too much surface area. Bullets can fly over your head if you're 5'8", 5'7". But when you're 6'4", this makes it a little bit easier for you to get hit.
In 1799, Mortier fought under General Massena's command at the Second Battle at Zurich, helping to defeat the Russians and winning promotion to the rank of General of Division. Mortier then spent 3 years commanding the Paris military district. His efficiency impressed the new First Consul, Napoleon Bonaparte, who chose him for an important mission in 1803, the occupation of Hanover, a German state belonging to the Hanoverian kings of Britain, with whom France was, once more, at war. Mortier carried out this assignment with tact and diplomacy, ensuring the occupation was unopposed. This delighted Napoleon, who rewarded him a year later with the rank of Marshal. Following Napoleon's victory over the Austrians at Ulm in 1805, Mortier and his new 8th Corps led the pursuit of the retreating Russians, but became encircled by a much larger force at Durenstein. Mortier fought his way out of the trap with a nighttime bayonet charge, a remarkable escape, but his corps suffered heavy losses. Mortier and 8th Corps were in a supporting role for the Jena campaign of 1806. But the next year at Friedland, his corps played an important role holding Napoleon's left wing, as the Emperor inflicted a devastating defeat on the Russians. Mortier was well liked by all, and almost uniquely did not engage in feuds and rivalries with the other marshals.
Was that just like a 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 13, 20? I guess that's all of them.
And almost uniquely did not engage in feuds and rivalries with the other marshals. Oudinot was a particular friend. In East Prussia, their party trick was to snuff out the candles with pistol shots. They always paid generous compensation for damage caused. In 1808, Mortier joined Napoleon for the invasion of Spain and commanded 5th Corps at the brutal siege of Zaragoza. He then helped win a series of victories over Spanish forces, including the crushing victory at Ocaña, operating alongside another friend, Marshal Soult. Mortier was recalled to France to organize and train the Young Guard, a new junior unit of the Imperial Guard, made up of...
That's why it's called the Old Guard versus the Young Guard. I was kind of wondering about that.
...the best conscripts from each year's intake.
Oh, okay.
Mortier led the Young Guard in Russia in 1812, but was powerless to prevent the Corps' destruction on that campaign. First through exhaustion and disease on the march to Moscow, then on the retreat, where his surviving troops were effectively sacrificed to hold open the road at Krasny and allow the army's escape. Mortier continued to command the Young Guard during Napoleon's campaigns in Germany and France, and was never far from the action. At Lutzen, he was trapped under his wounded horse, was in heavy fighting at Leipzig, and had his hat shot through outside Paris. In 1814, the final defence of the French capital fell to troops under Mortier and Marmont, with support from Marshal Moncey's National Guard. Mortier told his men, "We have not enough troops to resist their large armies for long, but today, more than ever before, we are fighting for our honour." When Napoleon returned from exile in 1815, he wanted Mortier to resume his customary role at the head of the Young Guard, but a severe attack of sciatica prevented him joining the Emperor at Waterloo.
Interesting.
Napoleon never regarded Mortier as suitable for major independent command, but his loyalty and conduct were always beyond reproach. He went on to serve the restored monarchy as ambassador to Russia and briefly Minister for War. In 1835, he was riding beside King Louis-Philippe in a public parade when an assassin opened fire with a homemade multi-barreled gun.
Why?
The king received a minor wound, but Marshal Mortier and 17 others were killed.
Let's back that up real quick.
Beside King Louis-Philippe in a public parade when an assassin opened fire with a homemade multi-barreled gun. The king received a minor wound.
Multi-barreled. That's like a 7-shot pistol or something like that. I get it.
But Marshal Mortier and 17 others were killed.
17 others.
14. Marshal Marmont.
I was betrayed by Marmont, who I could call my son, my child, my creation. Vanity was his undoing.
Marmont, like Napoleon, was a trained artillery officer and met the future emperor for the first time at the Siege of Toulon.
They go back.
Where Napoleon made his name. They formed a friendship, and when Napoleon was given command of the French army in Italy, he took Major Marmont with him as an aide-de-camp.
Best friends.
Marmont distinguished himself at several of Napoleon's early victories in Italy, and was commanding his own artillery regiment by the age of 23. As part of Napoleon's inner circle, Marmont accompanied him on his expedition to Egypt in 1798, fighting in the battles of Alexandria and the Pyramids. Naturally, he backed Napoleon's coup of 18 Brumaire, as Napoleon overthrew the Directory and made himself first consul of France. 6 months later, Napoleon led an army over the Alps into Italy. It was his artillery commander, General Marmont, who figured out how to get the cannon through the mountain passes using man-hauled sledges.
Okay, smart man.
At the ensuing Battle of Marengo, Marmont's skilled handling of the artillery helped Napoleon to win a decisive victory over the Second Coalition. 2 years later, Marmont was made Inspector General of Artillery, working with Napoleon to implement reforms that improved firepower, mobility and supply. Marmont was bitterly disappointed not to be among the first marshals created in 1804. But he was still only 29, and Napoleon assured him that time was on his side. He was further frustrated in 1805, when his corps was sent to guard the army's strategic southern flank, and so missed the great victory at Austerlitz. The spoils of that war included Dalmatia, which Marmont was sent to govern in 1806. Though he lived in extravagant luxury, his reforms and infrastructure projects were so effective that even the Emperor of Austria later admitted, "It's a great pity that Marmont was not in Dalmatia 2 or 3 years longer."
Okay, so smart man. And we can say that just because all the way back from like when he was able to, move cannon through the Alps, this guy knows how to solve problems.
When war broke out with Austria again in 1809, Marmont marched north with 11th Corps to join Napoleon near Vienna. But at the Great Battle of Wagram, his troops remained in reserve, while the other corps were engaged in ferocious fighting. At last, an opportunity to prove himself came, as Napoleon ordered him to pursue the retreating Austrians. But reckless over-enthusiasm nearly led to disaster at Znaim. A week later, Napoleon created 3 new marshals: Macdonald, Oudinot and Marmont. Macdonald for France, it was said, Oudinot for the army, Marmont for friendship.
Out of the 3, that's kind of the least, like, I don't know, it's just almost like a pity marshal status at that point. For France, for the army, and because he's my friend.
Napoleon then rather undermined the moment by telling Marmont, "Between ourselves, you've not yet done enough to justify my choice."
Oh my god. That's what I'm
His
saying.
big chance came in 1811, when he was sent to Spain to replace Marshal Massena. But after a promising start, and some bold manoeuvring
I mean, look who he's going up against, though. Wellington and guerrillas.
against the British on the Douro River, he stumbled into disaster at Salamanca. Marmont himself was an early casualty of the battle, badly wounded by a shell burst and carried from the field, as Wellington routed his army.
Yep.
After convalescing in France, Marmont was back with the Grande Armée in 1813, as Napoleon battled to save his empire. He commanded 6th Corps throughout the campaign in Germany, fighting at Lützen, Bautzen and Dresden. At Leipzig, he held the northern sector with skill and determination, making Blücher's Prussians pay a high price for the village of Möckern. Marmont played an important role in Napoleon's 1814 defence of France, shadowing Blücher's movements along the Marne River and guarding the road to Paris. But by now he was showing signs of exhaustion and disillusion. At the Battle of Lannes, he allowed his corps to be surprised by the enemy, with heavy loss. Napoleon's stinging criticism may have been the moment that ended Marmont's loyalty. He was the senior marshal in Paris when the Allies attacked on the 30th of March. After a day's fighting and facing inevitable defeat, he negotiated the city's surrender. 5 days later, with Napoleon at Fontainebleau still planning to march on Paris, Marmont marched his corps over to the Allied lines and surrendered.
Yep, remember that.
Napoleon was shocked at this betrayal by one of his oldest comrades. He'd already been
This picture of Napoleon always is like the most defeated looking photo I've ever seen.
persuaded that he must try to abdicate in favor of his 3-year-old son.
Too late.
Now he accepted that he must abdicate without conditions. Whether Marmont acted to save lives, out of self-interest or spite, or a combination of all 3, remains the subject of heated debate. We do know that he was well rewarded by the restored Bourbon king, and never forgiven by Bonaparte loyalists. As military
Let's look at this real quick. Becomes chief military advisor to King Louis XVIII. Knighted and made a peer of France. Commands a company of the Royal Guard, the Judas Company. Judas. That's interesting.
were forgiven by Bonaparte loyalists.
That's interesting.
As military commander of Paris in 1830, Marmont could not prevent the next revolution and had to flee France.
I have no idea about the July Revolution. I'm going to love to learn about that.
He spent the rest of his life in exile, becoming tutor while he was in Vienna to Napoleon's son, the Duke of Reichstadt. He was the last of Napoleon's marshals to die, in Venice in 1852. Bernadotte, Augereau, Lefebvre, Mortier, Marmont. 13 down, 13 to go.
Halfway there.
Join us for part 3. Where
It seems like, you know, out of these individuals right here, I feel like there was kind of a distrust, but kind of like, but they're still my friend type thing. Bernadotte obviously was his family legend. It's continued to this day. Augereau is always going to be overshadowed with his woes, but also at the same time had a very long and illustrious career. Lefebvre. I can't remember too much about Lefebvre. Like, hold on. Yep. His son died on the retreat. I remember that. Not like a star in all this, but still someone to be reckoned with. Who else are we working with? Mortier. Who's, I would say, I can see how he's in the middle of the pack, depending on what else the others accomplish as we kind of go through it. I mean, just look at the major battle honors from 1793 to 1814. So he was a career Napoleon backer. And then, of course, Marmont, where he really established himself early. Went to Egypt, fought Marengo Wagram, then went to Spain, then Germany, then finally back at home. Marmont feels like he was a very patriotic marshal, patriotic to France versus just Napoleon. I'm gonna probably continue.
Artillery command.
I'm gonna probably watch this entire thing through. When I say like the entire thing, like all the marshal videos through, and then go back and just really become a sponge and soak up the differentiations, because of there's so many between these marshals. Some of them so superficial, but some of them with such deep past and lineages to this day. Yeah, this is fun. Thank you guys so much for watching. Leave a comment. Tell me real quick, as we're gonna do this on every single video, every single marshal video. Just on these 6 down here, from Bernadotte to Marmont, which one is your favorite? Which one's your least favorite? Maybe tell me why. For me, Marmont is my favorite. Just because he was a true patriot, from what I can see. I don't know if I have a least favorite. I kind of I don't like it when people just go with the win, like, yeah, I like this, and then I don't like this. So I forget who was that. I think it was Mortier, actually. But anyway, Marmont was my favorite. Let me know whose yours is, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. Are you ready for part 3 of Napoleon's Marshals? Well, I sure am. And as we begin part 3, we're going to be looking at Saint Cyr, Odenay, Victor, and Murat. Let's not waste any more time. Leave a comment, drop a like, subscribe, and let go.
Terror belli, decus pacis. Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton.
I wonder, where are these batons now? Like, are these batons in the loo? Are these batons in like special collections? Where can we go see some of these batons?
In France, the title of Marshal or Maréchal goes back at least to the 13th century. It represents the highest possible position of military authority, authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution as incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age. But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank. This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's Marshals. All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from Lieutenant Colonel Rémy Porte, former chief historian of the French army. So far, we've met Marshals Pérignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, Jourdan, Bernadotte, Augereau, Lefebvre, Mortier, and Marmont.
Halfway there. Halfway to go.
13. Marshal Saint-Cyr.
He is the best man among us in the line of defense, although I am superior to attack. So a rear guard? Like a rear guard master, maybe?
Gouvion Saint-Cyr was a gifted student who ran away from a miserable childhood to become an artist. A passionate Republican, he embraced the French Revolution and later volunteered for military service. Though proud and aloof by nature, his Republican politics and sharp intellect ensured he was elected captain of his company. His skill at drawing enemy positions then got him noticed by General Custine, who gave him a job on his staff. During these turbulent early years of the Revolution, Custine was one of several generals who was punished for defeat with a trip to the guillotine.
Wow. Wait, did I hear that right?
General Custine, who gave him a job on his staff. During these turbulent early years of the Revolution, Custine was one of several generals who was punished for defeat with a trip to the guillotine.
That's insane. That there is insane. What an incentive to win, but come, really? Is it, really? That's crazy. That's not justified.
Saint-Cyr's instinctive grasp of warfare, brilliant planning and tactics won him promotion from volunteer to general of division in 2 years. An even more remarkable achievement, as he'd had no formal military training. But his cold, analytical approach meant that he was always a respected leader, rather than loved.
He's good at
After 5 years' service with the Army of the Rhine, he was sent to Italy. At the disastrous Battle of Novi, he commanded the French right wing, but skillfully extricated his troops from the debacle. The next year he was back on the Rhine and won a brilliant victory over the Austrians at Bibrach.
It's not easy to win over the Rhine, we've seen that.
But a bitter dispute with his commander, General Moreau, encouraged rumours that Saint-Cyr was impossible to work with. Saint-Cyr believed soldiers should not meddle in politics, and did not support Napoleon's seizure of power in 1799.
And we've seen a lot of these commanders, or marshals, did not really support the Brumaire coup. And by a lot, I mean relevant, right? Like relevant to who you would think would support him.
Nor did he show much enthusiasm for Napoleon's decision to crown himself emperor 5 years later. His political views cost him dearly. Saint-Cyr was sidelined for several years, while less able generals were made marshals.
And we saw that on his profile, and you'll see it again, that seniority-wise, he was the third last marshal.
In 1805, he commanded French forces in central Italy. But when he was made subordinate to Marshal Massena, a man whom he personally detested, he returned to Paris, even when Napoleon threatened to have him shot for desertion.
Dang.
In 1808, Saint-Cyr was given command of a corps for the invasion of Spain, but his failure to take Girona meant he was relieved of command. Leaving in a fury before his replacement, Marshal Augereau, had arrived, he was nearly court-martialed again for desertion. Saint-Cyr's military talent, however, was not in doubt. In 1812, he was recalled for the Russia campaign, with command of 6th Bavarian Corps. His role was to support Marshal Oudinot in guarding the northern flank of the French salient.
Rear guard, almost.
When Wittgenstein's Russians attacked at Polotsk, Oudinot was wounded, and Saint-Cyr took over command, turning probable defeat into a brilliant victory. For this achievement, Napoleon awarded Saint-Cyr his Marshal's baton. But 2 months later, at a second Battle of Polotsk, Saint-Cyr was attacked by a larger Russian army, seriously wounded in the foot and forced to pull back. His injury meant he missed the worst horrors of the Russian retreat, but he contracted typhus early in 1813 and was sick for many months.
Maybe saved his life.
Saint-Cyr returned to the Grande Armée in August, taking command of 14th Corps and the defence of Dresden. Incredibly, this was the first and only time that he worked directly alongside the Emperor, and both soon learned new respect for each other's abilities. Saint-Cyr's skilled defence of Dresden set the stage for Napoleon's great victory there later that month. But Saint-Cyr was incredulous when Napoleon later ordered him to remain in Dresden, while other forces concentrated for the decisive Battle of Leipzig, 60 miles to the west. Napoleon's defeat at Leipzig meant that Saint-Cyr and other garrisons in the east were cut off and had to surrender that autumn. Saint-Cyr took no part in the 100 Days, determined to keep out of France's political disputes.
So the 100 Days, I was asking that last time. It seems 100 Days was after his escape from exile, that period of campaigning.
Under the restored monarchy, he served as Minister of War and tried, but failed, to save Marshal Ney from the death penalty. He also struggled to enact military reforms in the face of royalist opposition, eventually resigning in disgust and retiring to his country estate. Marshal Saint-Cyr remains one of the great what-ifs of the Napoleonic Wars, an extremely able commander sidelined for his politics, who might well have proved one of Napoleon's very best marshals.
Interesting.
12.
Oudinot.
Marshal Oudinot.
A decent fellow, but not very bright.
Nicolas Oudinot ran away to join the army aged 17. But his father dragged him home 3 years later to help run the family business. When the revolution began, he volunteered for the National Guard and was promoted to Major. In the wars that followed, he served with the Army of the Rhine, always in the thick of the fighting, rapidly promoted and frequently wounded, a habit for which he became celebrated. In 1799, he was promoted to General of Division and sent to Switzerland to serve as General Massena's new Chief of Staff, a role he performed to perfection. Serving with General Brune in Italy, he led a cavalry charge against an Austrian battery at the Battle of Monzembano, sabering gunners and capturing one cannon himself, a feat for which Napoleon awarded him a Sword of Honor. In 1805, the newly crowned
What is the Sword of Honor? Is that like the Medal of Honor in their sake?
Emperor Napoleon gave Oudinot command of an elite grenadier division formed from the tallest, strongest soldiers in the army. In December that year at the Battle of Austerlitz, Oudinot insisted on leading the division in person, despite having been shot in the thigh 2 weeks earlier.
Dang.
His grenadiers were kept in reserve.
And that's an easy way to die, too.
For most of the battle, but saw heavy fighting in the latter stages, as Napoleon completed the destruction of the Allied left wing. At the Siege of Danzig in 1807, General Oudinot's division had the unusual distinction of capturing an enemy warship, a British sloop, that had run aground trying to resupply the city.
That's kind of funny.
A month later, at Friedland, Oudinot and his grenadiers were under Marshal Lannes' command and played a crucial role holding up the Russian army, until Napoleon arrived to deal a decisive blow. During the 1809 war with Austria, Oudinot was wounded once more at the Battle of Aspern.
He gets wounded a lot. They weren't kidding.
When Marshal Lannes died of his wounds, Napoleon chose Oudinot to succeed him as commander of 2nd Corps. He led his new corps with such success at Wagram 6 weeks later that Napoleon attributed victory to Massena and Oudinot.
High regards.
A week later, he became one of 3 new marshals. One for France, one for the army,
and one for friendship.
One for friendship. Oudinot, the army's choice, fearless and much loved, a man whose courage inspired all around him. He later received an additional reward, the title Duke of Reggio.
Wow, he is really high regarded, and seems like he's a morale booster to his peers.
In 1812, Marshal Oudinot led 2nd Corps into Russia, but was wounded again at Polotsk.
God dang, bro!
And handed over command to General Saint-Cyr. 10 weeks later, he was back with his corps, marching south to join up with Napoleon's army on its retreat from Moscow. Oudinot's men were shocked when they saw their old comrades from the main column. They looked more like fugitives than soldiers of the Grande Armée. Since Oudinot's 2nd Corps was in better shape than most, it formed the vanguard for the desperate crossing of the Berezina River. But the next day, in bitter fighting to hold the bridgehead against the Russians, Oudinot was shot from his saddle. He was carried back to a cottage with a serious gunshot wound, but then he and his party became surrounded by Cossacks. Oudinot asked for his pistols, and from his bed, aiming through an opening opposite, began firing at the Cossacks.
This guy is immortal.
They were rescued by friendly troops, just in time. Oudinot was back with the Grande Armée in Germany in 1813. In August, Napoleon ordered him to lead an advance on Berlin, but he was defeated by Bernadotte's army of the north at Grossbeeren.
Isn't that crazy? Bernadotte beats a former marshal, beats a current marshal.
He then retreated in the wrong direction, causing Napoleon to remark, "It's truly difficult to have less brains than the Duke of Reggio." In Oudinot's defense, he'd probably been given an impossible task. Insufficient men to take on a strong opponent, bad weather, terrible roads, and he himself unwell, possibly not yet recovered from his ordeal in Russia. Napoleon put Oudinot back where he was most effective, leading troops in combat under his close supervision. At Leipzig, he commanded 2 divisions of the Young Guard, engaged in heavy fighting on the southern front for 2 days. Oudinot continued to serve the Emperor courageously and loyally as a corps commander in the final campaign of 1814. But in April, he was one of several marshals to confront Napoleon with the reality of his position and force his abdication.
By the way, that's a really cool clock I just see in the background, and this is obviously either a drawing or painting. That clock is so cool, just looking at it.
When Napoleon returned from exile in 1815, Oudinot refused to break his new oath to the monarchy, but declared neutrality, telling Napoleon, "Since I shall not serve you, sire, I shall serve no one."
Okay.
He continued to hold senior commands under the Bourbons. By one estimate, Oudinot was wounded 36 times in his military career, more than any other marshal. Here are just 20 that we found details for. A fellow officer who bathed with him at a spa after the war.
Okay, let's look at these. Gunshot wound to the head. Gunshot wound right here in the chest. Gunshot wound. Saber wounds. gunshot wound, gunshot wound, gunshot wound. Broken leg, probably fell off a horse. Gunshot wound, more saber cuts. Gunshot wound, gunshot wound, gunshot wound, and a saber cut to the neck. This guy is immortal.
Saw the scars on his body and observed he was little more than a colander. Ironically, Oudinot was also one of the longest-lived marshals, dying aged 80 while serving as governor of Les Invalides.
Wow. Alright,
11.
Victor.
Marshal Victor.
Victor was better than one might suppose. This is so fun.
Claude Victor Perrin was an experienced soldier by the time of the French Revolution, a sergeant with 8 years' service in the Grenoble artillery regiment. The Revolutionary Wars brought the opportunity for rapid promotion, and by 1793 he was commanding an infantry battalion at the siege of Toulon. He led a daring night assault on British defences alongside the army's artillery chief, a young Major Bonaparte. Both men were wounded, but the attack was a success, and both were quickly promoted to Brigadier General. Victor served under General Bonaparte in Italy, and turned out to be a brilliant brigade commander. In 1800, he distinguished himself at the Battle of Marengo, where his command of the left wing won particular praise from Napoleon. But Victor did not hide his disapproval of Napoleon's quest for political power, and as a result, received relatively minor roles under the new regime. In 1802, he was earmarked to lead an expedition to recover the French territory of Louisiana. What
do you mean, recover? 1802, right?
He was earmarked for roles under the new regime. In 1802, he...
Okay, hold on, guys. I gotta figure this out now, because now I'm curious. When was the purchase? 1803. Okay. This is before that.
He was earmarked to lead an expedition to recover the French territory of Louisiana, but it was called off when Napoleon decided instead to sell Louisiana to the United States.
What a steal.
Victor and Marshal...
I don't know, I'm pausing so much. I know you please stop. The United States would have took that territory anyway, eventually. What was France going to do?
Lannes were close friends from their days serving together in Italy. In 1806, Lannes persuaded Napoleon to let him have Victor as his new chief of staff for 5th Corps. Napoleon agreed, and in October, Victor served as Lannes' deputy at the Battle of Jena. Napoleon's earlier misgivings about Victor were now forgotten, and that winter he was given command of the newly formed 10th Corps. But within weeks, he was captured by a Prussian patrol and had to be exchanged for a captured Prussian officer, General von Blücher.
Oh, dang.
His big break came in 1807, stepping in for the wounded Marshal Bernadotte to command 1st Corps at Friedland, where he successfully led a major attack as the Emperor looked on. Promotion to Marshal and the title Duke of Bellumo swiftly followed. In 1808, Marshal Victor and 1st Corps took part in the invasion of Spain, where he'd be posted for the next 3 years. Victor's record in Spain was better than most.
I mean, you can't get that bad, because there was some really bad ones.
But like others, he seemed more interested in personal glory and rewards than in cooperating with fellow commanders. In 1809, at Medellin, he inflicted a crushing defeat on General Cuesta's Spanish army. 4 months later, his bold night attack on the British at Talavera came tantalizingly close to success. He was furious the next day when King Joseph and Marshal Jourdan refused to support fresh attacks, and instead ordered a cautious withdrawal. The next year, Victor besieged the Spanish port of Cadiz.
For a little bit.
It proved a lengthy, futile operation, devoid of glory. and saw his troops defeated by an Allied sortie at the Battle of Barossa.
Yep.
In 1812, Victor was recalled from Spain for the invasion of Russia. His 9th Corps was held in reserve for most of the campaign, though his troops were kept busy defending depots and convoys from Cossack raids. That autumn, his corps attempted to cover the main army's retreat from Moscow. The greatest crisis of the retreat came at the Berezina River. As the remnants of the Grande Armée began crossing over 2 improvised bridges, Victor's 9th Corps was ordered to form the rearguard. Though heavily outnumbered, Victor skillfully handled his French and German troops, holding the Russians at bay as the army made its escape. He then marched his surviving troops over the bridges in good order, a courageous performance in desperate circumstances. In Germany in 1813, Victor commanded 2nd Corps and led the attack in Napoleon's last great victory at Dresden. His corps was in heavy fighting again at Leipzig 2 months later. Victor continued to serve at the Emperor's side in the defence of France in 1814. By now, like many comrades, he must have been close to physical and psychological exhaustion.
I mean, he's not nothing like that colander we just looked at a second ago.
Regardless, during the Battle of Montereau, Napoleon let fly at him for failing to get his troops into position, and blamed him for the Allies' escape. Victor was relieved of command, but angry and humiliated at what he considered his unfair dismissal, he told the Emperor, "Marshal Victor has not forgotten his old trade. I will shoulder a musket and take my place in the guard." Moved by this response, Napoleon relented and gave Victor command of a corps of young guard. 2 weeks later, he was badly wounded at the Battle of Craon and took no further part in the war. A month later, Napoleon abdicated, and Victor switched his loyalty to the Bourbon monarchy with
So he's a patriot.
surprising zeal. He led an investigation into former comrades who'd supported Napoleon during the 100 Days, and was one of only 2 active marshals to vote for the death penalty for Marshal Ney, a decision he later claimed to regret. Victor later served as Minister of War, but retired from public life in 1830, following the overthrow of the Bourbon monarchy.
Wow, that was crazy. We're in Murat now.
10.
Go!
Marshal Murat.
Murat. I cannot conceive how so brave a man could be so unreliable. He was only brave when facing the enemy. In council, he was a fool, no judgment. Of course, this is the King of Naples we're talking about. A cavalry kid.
Joachim Murat, the son of an innkeeper, was destined for a career in the church.
He was the 2nd appointed marshal, by the way.
But dropped out of college and joined a cavalry regiment instead. To his immense frustration, he saw little action in the early years of the Revolutionary Wars, being stuck with staff and training roles. But in 1795, while stationed in Paris with the 21st Chasseurs, fate intervened. A young general, Napoleon Bonaparte, had been put in charge of the defense of the National Convention. With a mob poised to storm the building, he ordered Captain Murat to bring him cannons, which he did, racing the guns through the city streets, allowing Napoleon to mow down the mob with a famous whiff of grape shot.
So he's the 2nd guy that we've seen that helped Napoleon with this. I forget the first one, but I know you guys remember. But this was like a very big stepping stone in Napoleon's career right here. For the directorate.
Napoleon was hailed as the savior of the government and rewarded with command of the Army of Italy. Murat was promoted colonel and went with him as his new aide-de-camp. He soon made a name for himself as a bold and brilliant leader of cavalry, while his 6-foot height, curly locks, and love of women ensured fame as France's foremost beau sabreur.
He was very showy. Oh, you did it.
In 1798, Murat joined
Egypt.
Napoleon's expedition to Egypt. At the Battle of Aboukir, his flanking charge broke the enemy, and Murat personally took the Ottoman commander prisoner, despite being shot in the jaw, a wound which, to his immense relief, did not ruin his looks. Back in Paris, Napoleon launched his coup d'etat to seize political power. When he got a hostile reception from the Council of 500, it was Murat who saved the day, leading troops in to clear the chamber, shouting, "Citizens, you have been dissolved."
It's very different versus some of the others that did not respect or support the coup. Very different. Surprise. I mean, this is not like a loyalty list. This is more about like meritocracy and how well suited these individuals were in terms of being a marshal. But I'm sure Murat was probably in the top 3. Disagree if you may, but I'm just in my opinion from what I've seen so far. Obviously, Murat is like top 3 in terms of Napoleon's favorites. I think Lannes up there too, but something like that.
Before adding something a bit more coarse. His place at the future emperor's side was further assured when he married Napoleon's youngest sister, Caroline, in 1800. Later that year, he commanded the French cavalry reserve at Marengo and helped Napoleon to win a decisive victory over the Austrians.
He knows horses.
When Napoleon established his empire in 1804, Murat became a marshal, second in seniority only to Berthier. He'd later also receive the title Prince of the Empire and the rank of Grand Admiral.
Wow.
In the 1805 campaign, he commanded Napoleon's cavalry reserve, his excellent reconnaissance and diversions proving crucial in the encirclement of General Mack's Austrian army at Ulm. 3 weeks later, Murat and Marshal Lannes, who normally couldn't stand each other, together bluffed an Austrian commander into surrendering a vital bridge by persuading him that an armistice had been signed when it hadn't. It was a bold stunt, but overall Napoleon was not impressed by Murat's pursuit of the enemy. "I cannot approve your manner of march. You go on like a stunned fool, taking not the least notice of my orders."
Dang.
Yet in battle, Murat remained a brilliant and inspiring leader, as demonstrated at Austerlitz, and the next year at Jena, where he led the decisive charge, wielding only his riding crop.
Like, everything I've seen of Murat is just like excellent.
The next year, at Eylau, with the Russians poised to break through his centre, Napoleon ordered Murat to lead a mass cavalry charge straight at the enemy.
Huge cavalry charge.
Murat's men succeeded and saved the army from disaster, though at a terrible price in men and horses. Napoleon had rewarded Murat in 1806 by making him sovereign prince of the Grand Duchy of Berg. In 1808, he sent Murat to Spain to act as his representative. Spain was still a French ally, but in May, Napoleon's heavy-handed meddling in Spanish affairs triggered a ferocious backlash. Madrid rose up against the French garrison, and Murat's troops fought back with brutal force, killing around 200, executing 300 more. When Napoleon deposed Spain's Bourbon monarchy, Murat hoped he'd be made the new king of Spain. But that title went to Napoleon's brother, Joseph. Murat instead received the throne of Naples.
Which is still a great thing to have. I mean, come on, look. You literally have, look at that territory, that boot.
If it felt like second prize, it wasn't bad going for an innkeeper's son, college dropout, and ex-cavalry trooper.
It's really great.
Napoleon expected Murat to merely represent his interests in Naples, but
because they were in and out of the war and the coalition prior.
Murat had other ideas. He reformed the Neapolitan army, equipping it with splendid new uniforms, and turned a blind eye to smuggling, which undermined Napoleon's economic war against Britain, the so-called continental system.
Yeah.
Relations between Murat and the Emperor became strained. But when Napoleon began planning to invade Russia in 1812, only Murat would do to lead his cavalry. Their differences were put to one side. Murat took command of 4 cavalry corps and became Napoleon's second-in-command. During the advance into Russia, Murat's cavalry faced a difficult and frustrating task, trying to locate the enemy in a vast landscape.
A huge landscape, and then Cossacks and skirmishes and almost guerrilla warfare, as of Spain, but just in a vast, and Russia's just so big.
Horses died in their thousands from poor fodder and exhaustion, and they faced a dangerous and wily opponent in Russia's Cossacks.
Yep, horrible.
Murat, always riding with the advance guard, was so fearless and conspicuous in his extravagant uniforms that the Cossacks came to admire him.
And he's a king at this point, so he's gonna put that bravado on even more.
Calling out, "Hurrah, Murat!" whenever they saw him, and hoped to capture him alive if possible. Murat was among those who tried to persuade Napoleon to halt the advance at Smolensk, but was ignored. At the great clash between the French and Russian armies at Borodino, Murat was at his best, directing a series of attacks on the Russian earthworks, always where the action was hottest, inspiring all with his courage. Murat remained with the army during the retreat from Moscow, though his magnificent cavalry had virtually ceased to exist. One eyewitness noted that throughout the ordeal, he never neglected his appearance. Even at the Berthier he looked splendid, in an open-necked shirt, velvet cloak, a white feather in his cap.
Dang.
When Napoleon left the army to return to Paris, he gave command to Marshal Murat. But Murat, now primarily concerned with hanging on to his kingdom, left the army a month later and returned to Naples, where he
Makes sense, though.
opened secret negotiations with the coalition. He offered to join the war against Napoleon if the other powers would let him keep his crown. But he received only a lukewarm response. So in 1813, when Napoleon asked Murat to join him in Germany to fight for their thrones together, he answered the call.
Isn't that crazy? He could have been like Bernadotte.
Murat had become increasingly difficult to work with, oversensitive about his royal status, prone to tantrums, but in battle as fearless as ever. At Dresden, his charge through rain and mud shattered the Austrian left wing and paved the way for victory. But then at Liebert-Volkwitz, he showed his limitations when not under Napoleon's direct command, getting drawn into a major and unnecessary cavalry battle with coalition forces, and twice nearly being captured himself. 2 days later, at the Battle of Leipzig, he led another of history's great cavalry charges, coming close to breaking the enemy centre, and even capturing the Allied monarchs. But it was not to be.
Imagine! Ooh, that would have been such a different outcome.
Battle of the Nations ended in a disastrous defeat. As Napoleon retreated to the French frontier, Murat informed the Emperor that he was leaving for Naples, promising to raise fresh troops. Murat and Napoleon would never meet again.
Makes total sense.
3 months later, the King of Naples had cut a deal with the coalition and switched sides.
Yep.
So long as it was possible for me to believe that the Emperor Napoleon was fighting to bring peace and glory to France, I fought loyally at his side, Murat declared. But now I know that the Emperor's sole desire is war.
That's not totally fair, though, because everyone was against Napoleon. The only thing, Napoleon just had a vendetta against the British, which allowed the continental system to override all of politics. So, for example, that's why Russia was, he provoked Russia, he provoked Spain, France could have lived. Plus, Napoleon had ambition to go all the way to China, and we all know that. So, like, Napoleon had like a messiah complex, which and it's a weird to say that he had a messiah complex given how many people died during the Napoleonic Wars. But that's just my take on it.
However, Murat's commitment to the Sixth Coalition was distinctly half-hearted. His army marched against Eugene's forces in northern Italy, but had done no actual fighting before news arrived of Napoleon's abdication. Murat then began to suspect what had been obvious to Napoleon at least. The coalition was not going to honour its promise, and Murat would be next to lose his throne. So, in 1815, encouraged by news of Napoleon's return from exile, Murat marched north against the Austrians, proclaiming a war for Italian freedom and independence. Just 7 weeks later, his campaign ended in defeat at the Battle of Tolentino. With the British and Austrians closing in, Murat became a hunted fugitive. He sailed to France, but Napoleon had not forgiven his betrayal.
That's just hard, man.
And refused to see him. After Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo, he fled to Corsica, gathered a small band of volunteers, and returned to Italy in a hopelessly doomed attempt to start a revolution.
He tried to pull a Waterloo
and reclaim his throne. Chased by a mob and arrested on the beach, Murat was sentenced to death by the restored Bourbon monarchy of Naples. He met his end with his usual courage, telling the firing squad, "If you wish to spare me, aim at the heart," then gave the order to fire himself.
Courage. That's crazy.
Murat is rightly remembered as one of the great battlefield cavalry commanders of history. Inspirational, fearless, with brilliant tactical instinct. But outside of combat, he was, in Napoleon's estimation, a very poor general. He always waged war without maps. Worse, when the conflict turned against France, he allowed self-interest and vanity to prevail over loyalty to the emperor. As Napoleon's chief of staff, Marshal Berthier, once told him, "You're only a king by the grace of Napoleon and French blood. It's black ingratitude that's blinding you." Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor, Murat. 17 down, 9 to go. Join us for part 4 when we'll continue the countdown.
Whew. Guys, Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor, Murat. What a group. And we got 9 more to go. The 9 most merit-based, highly enthused marshals. Can't even remember who they're going to be. I know we're going to see Berthier. I know we're going to see Lannes. I know we're going to see a bunch of people that's just escaping my mind right now, but you guys know them. I'll know them as we watch the next few videos. This is eye-opening. It's hard to keep up with all this. It's really hard, but I'll get it. I'll get it. I appreciate every single one of you watching this all the way through to me. Leave a comment. Tell me once more, out of Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor, and Murat, my favorite is Murat, because this guy, it also could be Oudinot, because Oudinot really, like, I don't, it's like, I'm splitting hairs between Murat and Oudinot, just because they have interesting characteristics. Like, you can't not like Murat, right? His personality just exceeds himself. Oudinot is just a great marshal himself. He just filled in the slot when he needed to, and he did as he needed to. But let me know what you guys think. As always, hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. Peace out till next time. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Today, we got another episode of Napoleon's Marshals. Today, we got Berthier, Macdonald, and Massena. I hope you're strapped in and ready. I'm glad you're here. We're just gonna keep it going. No further thought. Lego.
Terror belli, decus pacis. Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton. In France, the title of Marshal, or Maréchal, goes back at least to the 13th century. It represents the highest possible position of military authority. Authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution.
Who's that? I keep wondering, who is that?
As incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age. But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank.
Ancient?
This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's marshals. All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from Lieutenant Colonel Rémy Porte, former chief historian of the French army.
We're in good hands.
So far, we've met Marshals Pérignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, Jourdan, Bernadotte, Augereau, Lefebvre, Mortier, Marmont, Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor and Murat.
9 to go!
Who could be a more fitting video sponsor than NapoleonSouvenirs.com, the online shop for fans of the Napoleonic era? Salty, Duet, Napoleonic and Imperial in Paris.
Alright, let's go. Berthier.
Marshal Berthier.
Berthier. If I had Berthier with me at Waterloo, my God would have brought me victory.
Jean-Baptiste Berthier was the son of a surgeon, with a relatively prosperous upbringing in southwestern France. When the French Revolution began, he volunteered for the National Guard and was sent to Paris to join the King's Constitutional Guard, along with his old school friend, Joachim Murat.
Oh.
This unit was soon disbanded, but Berthier remained in Paris and was among the soldiers defending the Tuileries Palace when it was stormed by the mob on the 10th of August 1792. In the aftermath, he needed to get out of Paris in a hurry, so he volunteered to fight on the Pyrenees front.
A lot of people go to the Pyrenees, it seems.
His bravery and good sense won him a commission in the 22nd Chasseurs, and he distinguished himself at the Battle of Boulou. Transferred to Italy, his friendship with Murat got him noticed by the army commander, General Bonaparte, who was impressed enough to make him commander of his new bodyguard, known as Les Guides de Bonaparte. Berthier distinguished himself as a cavalry commander in Italy, and later Egypt, winning promotion to brigadier and loyally supporting Napoleon at every turn. He became one of the few men that Napoleon regarded as a true friend.
Wow.
When Napoleon became first consul of France in 1799, he rewarded Berthier with command of the elite Consular Guard cavalry, which he led with devastating effect at Marengo the next year. In 1804, Berthier became a marshal, less for any great military achievement than for being a loyal member of Napoleon's inner circle. Berthier himself was well-liked, kind, well-mannered and generous, a pious Catholic and social conservative who liked to powder his hair in the old style. His young wife, Marie-Jeanne, was also a favourite at court, doted on by Napoleon and Empress Josephine. In 1805, Berthier commanded the Imperial Guard. In December that year, at the Battle of Austerlitz, he played a crucial role repelling the Russian Guard at the battle's climax. At Eylau in 1807, his squadrons supported Murat's mass cavalry charge and made their own disciplined attacks to cover his withdrawal.
So it seems like there's such an interesting parallel between him and Murat.
However, Berthier's opportunities for glory were limited. Napoleon always held the Guard back as his last reserve, as at Friedland.
Which you can't really penalize him for that.
In 1808, Berthier received his first major independent command in northern Spain. That May, the country erupted in revolt against the French. Berthier reacted quickly and decisively, securing key towns and roads. He then attacked Spanish forces at Medina de Rioseco, winning a crushing victory against an enemy that outnumbered him 2-1. But once the immediate crisis had passed, he hesitated and failed to exploit his victory. When Napoleon arrived in Spain, Berthier was given command of the reserve cavalry, a role he retained for the war against Austria in 1809. In May, Berthier and his cavalry were among the first across the Danube, with Massena occupying the village of Aspern on his left and Lannes holding Essling on the right. When the Austrian commander, Archduke Charles, launched a massive and unexpected counterattack, Berthier, outnumbered 4-1, made a series of desperate charges.
4-1, I remember this. This was horrendous.
Helping to save the army from disaster. It came at a high cost. Berthier and his cavalry performed bravely. But that night, a long-running feud with Marshal Lannes nearly came to blows when Lannes accused Berthier of hanging back.
That's not where he lost his life. What am I thinking?
The matter went no further, as Lannes was fatally wounded the next day. Berthier commanded the cavalry again at Wagram, leading a major attack to cover Massena's redeployment to the left wing. As the charge began, a cannonball killed Berthier's horse and injured his leg. A rumour reached the Imperial Guard that Berthier was dead. Some old veterans began to weep for their old commander, until they were assured he was only wounded. That was quite a cannonball, Napoleon told Berthier. It reduced my guard to tears.
True.
As a devout Catholic, Berthier was critical of Napoleon's divorce from Empress Josephine, leading to a short spell out of favour. In 1811, he was sent back to Spain to command the Army of the North. He found an impossible situation: a widespread insurgency and insufficient troops and supplies. He wrote bluntly to Napoleon, stating that the French must give up territory, something the Emperor would never allow. For all his piety and refined manners, Berthier ordered his share of executions and reprisals in his attempt to pacify northern Spain, brutal methods used by many French commanders in this conflict. Later that year, he joined forces with Marshal Massena's Army of Portugal to take on Wellington's army at the Battle of Fuentes de Augereau, but was widely blamed for refusing to send in his cavalry to support Massena's attacks. Unfortunately for Napoleon, this was typical of how many marshals behaved in his absence. They'd rather watch another marshal fail than help them to win all the glory.
That's individualistic, and that never works.
1812, Berthier accompanied Napoleon into Russia, commanding his Guard cavalry. Since the Guard was kept in reserve, he saw little action until the retreat, when he led the advance guard, clearing a path for the survivors. The disaster in Russia left Berthier severely demoralized, but he was resolved to do his duty, now serving once more as Napoleon's cavalry commander in Marshal Murat's absence.
Obviously, because Murat goes back to Naples.
On the 1st of May 1813, Berthier was scouting enemy positions before the Battle of Lützen, when a cannonball hit him in the chest.
I remember this, and that was like, what? Like, how does this happen on a scouting mission?
Killing him instantly. His death robbed Napoleon of a dependable commander and one of his last remaining friends. "It is surely a great loss for you and your children," Napoleon wrote to his widow, but an even greater one for me.
Is insane. Wow. What a friend.
8.
Yeah, Berthier seems like he was, he tried his best. I mean, he didn't get as much action because he was, part of the bodyguard unit, part of the Imperial Guard.
I think he did what he could. He did what he could.
Marshal Macdonald.
Good and brave, but unlucky.
Jacques Macdonald's father was a Scotsman who'd supported Bonnie Prince Charlie's bid to seize the British throne in 1745.
Interesting.
After this ended in defeat at Culloden, the family fled to France. Inspired by tales of the Trojan War, Macdonald chose a military life and became a lieutenant in Dillon's Irish Regiment, a French unit made up mostly of Irish émigrés. In the Revolutionary Wars, he won a reputation as a hard-working, intelligent and brave officer, and served as aide-de-camp to General Dumouriez, commanding the Army of the North.
Aide-de-camp, is that like chief of staff?
He distinguished himself in that general's famous victory at Jemappes, paving the way for rapid promotion from lieutenant to general in just 2 years. He led
a lot of like quick promotions for a lot of these marshals.
His division well during campaigns in Holland and Germany, and formed a close bond with one of France's most successful commanders of this period, General Moreau. In 1798, he was sent to Rome as governor, and later commanded the army of Naples. Summoned north the following year to reinforce Moreau's army of Italy, he was nearly killed in a skirmish with Austrian cavalry, and while still suffering from his wounds, his army was defeated at the Trebia by a larger coalition force commanded by the great Russian general Suvorov. But Macdonald's own conduct won approval from General Bonaparte, among others. Later that year, he assisted Napoleon's seizure of power in the coup of 18 Brumaire, ensuring the loyalty of the troops at Versailles. He was rewarded with an army command in Switzerland, and that winter led his men through the Alps to attack the Austrians in Italy. His march was far more challenging and dangerous than Napoleon's.
Really?
But was never immortalized in quite the same way. In 1804, Macdonald's former commander, General Moreau, was arrested and charged with involvement in a plot to assassinate Napoleon. Macdonald stood up for his friend's reputation, an act of loyalty typical of the man, but disastrous for his career. Moreau was exiled. Macdonald was placed under police surveillance and retired to his country estate in disgrace.
I didn't know that. I did not know that. That's interesting.
5 years passed before Napoleon, desperate for experienced senior commanders, asked him to serve as military advisor to his 27-year-old stepson, Prince Eugène, now commanding the army of Italy.
Wow.
Macdonald and Eugène worked well together, driving back the Austrians, and by an awesome feat of marching, joined Napoleon near Vienna in time for the Battle of Wagram. The second day of the battle was Macdonald's moment. Entrusted by the Emperor with the main attack on the enemy centre, he formed his troops into a giant, open-backed square and advanced into a hail of fire. Napoleon, watching through his telescope, exclaimed several times, "What a brave man! What a brave man!"
But unlucky.
Macdonald's costly attack helped to secure a great victory. The next day, Napoleon went to find him on the battlefield and greeted him with the words, "Let us be friends from now. You have acted valiantly and given me the greatest services. On the battlefield of your glory, where I owe you so large a part of yesterday's success, I make you a Marshal of France. You have long deserved it."
There you go.
In addition, Macdonald received the title Duke of Taranto and a large pension. But as time would prove, his loyalty remained to France, not to Napoleon. Macdonald spent an unhappy year in Catalonia.
No one really had a good time in Spain, by the way. No one really had a good time in Spain.
Commanding troops in what he regarded as an immoral war. In his memoirs, he even praised the noble and courageous resistance of the Spanish.
Really?
In 1812, he was given command of 10th Corps for the invasion of Russia. This corps, composed of German troops and reluctant Prussian allies, guarded the left flank of the invasion and had a relatively quiet campaign. In December, the Prussians suddenly agreed an armistice with the Russians, leaving the loyal remnants of Macdonald's corps to fight their way back to Poland. By 1813, Napoleon relied on Macdonald as one of his senior marshals. In August, he gave him command of the forces keeping watch on General Blücher's army of Silesia. But when Macdonald advanced across the Katzbach River, torrential rain and flooding caused chaos among his troops, just as they encountered Blücher's army. Blücher launched an immediate attack, and Macdonald's army was routed. Thousands of his new
For some reason, I just don't remember that.
conscripts surrendered or deserted. Hundreds were driven into the river itself.
I think I remember it now.
Macdonald took full responsibility for the disaster, though his lack of cavalry and some bad luck were also to blame.
He's unlucky.
Napoleon certainly continued to respect Macdonald's military judgment. He continued to command 11th Corps and was in the thick of the fighting at Leipzig 2 months later.
I think just about everybody was at Leipzig.
Macdonald was with the rear guard when the French retreat began and was shocked to see the chaos that engulfed the army. When the Elster Bridge was blown too early, he himself was trapped on the wrong side of the river and just managed to swim to safety under enemy fire. Macdonald continued to serve Napoleon as a loyal and reliable commander throughout the 1814 campaign, effectively serving as his deputy at several key moments. Unlike most marshals, Macdonald was never under Napoleon's spell, and always spoke his mind to the emperor. This in itself was a valuable service, though it sometimes led to heated arguments.
Because he's more about the country versus a person. His allegiance is to France. That's why it says for France versus for Napoleon.
Perhaps inevitably, in April, it was Macdonald and Ney who took the lead in confronting Napoleon with the facts of his situation. The war was lost, and he must abdicate. Napoleon named Macdonald as one of the 3 men who would negotiate with the Allies, telling his foreign minister, the Marquis de Caulaincourt, "Macdonald does not like me, but he is a man of his word, of high principles, and he can be relied on." In their last meeting, a few days later, Napoleon told Macdonald, "I did not know you well. I was prejudiced against you. I have done so much for so many others who have abandoned me. And you, who owe me nothing, have remained faithful. I appreciate your loyalty. Too late." Macdonald was kept on as a military advisor by France's restored Bourbon monarchy. He continued to speak his mind, so much so that Louis XVIII nicknamed him his outspokenness. During the 100 Days, Macdonald remained loyal to the king and attempted to rally troops to fight against Napoleon.
Wow.
When he saw this was futile, he escorted the king to safety in Belgium, then returned to Paris, where he refused to meet with Napoleon. After the defeat at Waterloo, he was put in charge of demobilizing the last elements of Napoleon's Grande Armée, and helped many officers to escape arrest by the Bourbons. Macdonald was a methodical, reliable, if unspectacular commander. But he distinguished himself above all by his lack of vanity or personal ambition, his complete loyalty to France, and his willingness to speak his mind, virtues that were all too rare among Napoleon's marshals.
A true countryman.
7.
Massena.
Marshal Massena.
He came alive when surrounded by danger. When defeated, he was always ready to begin again, as if he was, in fact, the victor. I like that.
Honorary Massena was born in Nice, at that time not technically part of France, but of the Kingdom of Piedmont-Sardinia.
Oh.
His father, a shopkeeper, died when he was young, so he ran away to sea. Then at 17, enlisted in the French army. He was quickly made a sergeant, but a commoner could rise no higher in the Royal Army, so after 14 years' service he quit. When the French Revolution began, he re-enlisted in a local volunteer battalion. Massena, supremely self-confident and unfazed by any challenge, was elected to command the battalion and led it with success against the Austrians on the Piedmontese front. Despite his lack of education, he proved an instinctive combat leader. He was soon promoted to brigadier, and after leading a successful attack at the Siege of Toulon, was made General of Division. He won an impressive victory over the Austrians at Loarno in 1795, and when the Army of Italy's commander, General Scherer, resigned over lack of support from the government in Paris, many expected Massena to replace him.
That's true.
Instead, the job went to the 26-year-old General Bonaparte, 11 years younger and much less experienced than Massena, but with far better political connections. Nevertheless, Napoleon and Massena worked together brilliantly. Massena commanded his advance guard and played a major role in several of his early victories. In reports, Napoleon described Massena as active, tireless, audacious. He won so many battles that Napoleon acclaimed him l'enfant gâté de la victoire, the spoiled child of victory.
Oh, that's a good title.
Massena was, however, notorious for extorting vast sums from the local Italians, often while his own troops went hungry and without pay.
That's not good.
In 1798, Massena received his first independent command, the Army of Switzerland. The next spring, after French defeats on the Rhine and in Italy, responsibility for the defence of France lay in his hands. Rather than wait to be encircled, he attacked and won a brilliant victory over Austrian and Russian forces at the Battle of Zurich. Rewarded with command of the Army of Italy, Massena led a heroic defence of Genoa in 1800. He was eventually starved into surrender, but his
we remember that, and he had to go back towards France after this, because Napoleon couldn't get there in time.
stubborn defence bought Napoleon enough time to cross the Alps and defeat the Austrians at Marengo. Physically exhausted by this last ordeal, and surrounded by accusations of corruption, Massena was recalled to Paris and went into semi-retirement.
Yep, for a little bit.
When he was made a marshal by Napoleon in 1804, he seemed distinctly underwhelmed, and on being congratulated remarked, "There are 14 of us." But Massena was one of the few marshals who'd proved themselves in independent command, making him a priceless asset to Napoleon. In 1805, he was recalled to active service and given command of the Army of Italy in the war against the Third Coalition. Massena kept Archduke Charles's army busy in Italy, while the Emperor won his great victories at Ulm and Austerlitz. In 1806, Massena oversaw the occupation of the Kingdom of Naples, ordering brutal reprisals against local resistance.
Because they were trying to rise up within this coalition.
In 1807, he commanded 5th Corps in Poland, but his role covering Warsaw meant he missed the major battles of Eylau and Friedland.
Hey, it might have saved his life by not having to be a part of those battles.
Later that year, while out hunting with the Emperor and his entourage at Fontainebleau, he was accidentally shot in the face and lost the use of an eye. Napoleon, a notoriously bad shot, was to blame, but the loyal Marshal Berthier claimed responsibility. The war against Austria in 1809 saw Massena back near his best. His corps formed the vanguard for the crossing of the Danube, and fought ferociously to hold the village of Aspern against an overwhelming Austrian onslaught. Massena was everywhere, displaying his usual coolness under fire, and when ordered to retreat, ensured his troops pulled back across the river in good order. The battle was a defeat, but Massena had been superb. Together, he and the Emperor oversaw preparations for the next attempt to cross the Danube 6 weeks later. The Austrians were waiting for them, at the Battle of Wagram. Because of a riding accident a few days earlier, Massena had to command his corps from a carriage. He made
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. You gotta admit, that's kind of funny.
a fine target for Austrian gunners, but was still able to organize a complex redeployment of his corps at the height of the battle, covered by Marshal Berthier's cavalry charge. Massena's bold maneuver secured the French left flank and won further praise from Napoleon. Massena, already ennobled as the Duke of Rivoli, received a new title, Prince of Essling, and another less welcome reward, command of French forces for the invasion of Portugal.
Don't think that went
Massena
well.
was deeply reluctant to go and complained bitterly about his appointment. He was showing clear signs of exhaustion and was plagued by rheumatism and bad lungs.
So immediately, he just didn't want to be there. He just did not want to be there.
When he arrived in Spain, General Foy observed, "He's only 52, but he looks more than 60. He's lost weight and has begun to stoop. His glance, since the accident in which he lost an eye, has lost its keenness." His subordinates, already underwhelmed by his appearance, were outraged that the Marshal also decided to bring along his mistress, poorly disguised as an officer of dragoons.
What? That's kind of funny. But what?
The French invasion of Portugal proved a disaster, undone by Wellington's scorched earth tactics, the hostile population and terrain, and Massena's own lethargic leadership. His corps commanders, especially Marshal Ney, were scathing of his conduct. At Busaco, Massena squandered lives with an unnecessary frontal attack on a strong British position. When he reached Lisbon, he found the city protected by new fortifications, the impregnable lines of Torres Vedras.
Yeah, and they've been working on those lines for about a year, and it was just futile to try to break through those lines, specifically by himself.
Massena waited outside Lisbon for reinforcements that never came, while sickness and guerrilla raids took their toll on his army.
And he didn't want to be there.
5 months later, he recrossed the mountains back into Spain, leaving a string of devastated villages behind him. The next summer, at Fuentes de Augereau, Massena attacked Wellington's army once more, and despite much hard fighting, again failed to win a clear victory. He blamed Marshal Berthier for his lack of support. But the Emperor's patience was at an end. He sent Marshal Marmont to replace Massena, and when they next met, greeted him with the cutting words, "So, Prince of Essling, you are no longer Massena."
I remember that. You're not yourself. It's obvious. Your comrades see it. I see it. You're not yourself.
Massena's health was now in steep decline. He never held a major command again, though he was recalled in 1813 to supervise a military district in southern France. He died after a long illness in 1817. In his prime, Massena was a superb commander, incisive and dangerous. But he was past his best by the time he became a marshal. Nevertheless, there were enough sparks of his old brilliance to worry his adversaries. The Duke of Wellington once remarked, "When Massena was opposed to me in the field, I never slept comfortably." Berthier, Macdonald, Massena. 20 down, 6 to go. Join us for the next...
Out of those three, what do you think? Who's your favorite? Berthier, Macdonald, Massena. Macdonald for me, man. I love a patriot. I love a patriot. One that's not allegiant to an individual, but allegiant to a country or a cause. So mine out of those three are going to have to be Macdonald. A lot of people probably be like Massena or Berthier, but for me, it's Macdonald. Let me know what you guys think below. We got 2 more of these. So I'm excited to do those with you guys. Yeah, hit that like button, leave a comment, subscribe if you haven't already. Peace out. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We have another episode of Napoleon's Marshals. This is part 5. Are you guys ready for part 5? I'm ready for part 5. We got Suchet, Ney and Soult. Lastly, right before we start, just another quick announcement. We do have a Discord server, so you can, talk to me. You can send the video recommendations through Discord. And yeah, you will be a member of the Discord community, and I will appreciate that. Now, let's jump in. Let's just go.
Terror belli, decus pacis. Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton. In France, the title of Marshal, or Maréchal, goes back at least to the 13th century. It represents the highest possible position of military authority. Authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution as incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age. But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank. This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's Marshals. All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from Lieutenant Colonel Rémy Porte, former chief historian of the French Army. So far, we've met Marshals Pérignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, Jourdan, Bernadotte, Augereau, Lefebvre, Mortier, Marmont, Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor, Murat, Berthier, Macdonald, Massena.
Just imagine having these men in your army. There are 6 of the greatest marshals still yet to even be talked about. Let's go.
6. Marshal Suchet.
If I had 2 marshals like Suchet, I would not have conquered Spain. And we remember he said that during the Peninsular War.
Louis Gabriel Suchet was born in Lyon, the son of a prosperous silk merchant. Plans to join the family business were derailed by the French Revolution. Suchet, an ardent Republican, joined the cavalry of the Lyon National Guard. In 1793, he was elected to lead a volunteer battalion, and at the Siege of Toulon distinguished himself by helping to capture the British commander.
So he was also at Toulon. We have so many parallels of individuals that were at Toulon.
General O'Hara. He also made friends with a young Major Bonaparte. Suchet went on to serve under Napoleon in his first brilliant campaign in Italy, fighting at Lodi, Castiglione and Bassano. Transferred to Massena's division, he led his battalion with distinction at Arcole and Rivoli, was wounded twice and promoted colonel. It was in Italy that Suchet learned the most valuable lesson of his career. For troops to be effective, they must be properly paid, clothed and fed.
Very important, because without that, you have no army.
Something the French Republic consistently failed to achieve.
Especially the Italian campaign.
Despite proving himself to be an excellent organizer and dependable in battle, Suchet never quite made it into General Bonaparte's inner circle. He went on to serve as a highly effective chief of staff to General Brune, and then to Massena in Switzerland, and was with Joubert in Italy, who died in his arms at the Battle of Novi. Suchet was promoted to General of Division, and in 1800 he was given command of the Army of Italy's left wing. With Massena besieged by the Austrians in Genoa, the defence of southern France fell on his shoulders. In a brilliant independent campaign, he held the Austrians near Nice, then chased them back into Italy, taking 15,000 prisoners.
What an achievement.
Despite this impressive record, Suchet was not on the list of marshals created by Napoleon in 1804. Worse, in 1805, he was effectively demoted, being given command of a division in Marshal Lannes' 5th Corps.
I mean, there's a lot of people, though, that's bidden for that spot in 1804.
Nevertheless, it was a role he performed with great skill. His division distinguished itself at Ulm and Austerlitz, and the next year led the attack in Napoleon's crushing victory over the Prussians at Jena. The next year in Poland, his division saw hard fighting at Pultusk, but was then held back to defend Warsaw and missed the great battles of Eylau and Friedland. Napoleon,
Very similar to the last guy we were talking about.
heaped rewards on General Suchet, money, titles, but still no marshal's baton. In 1808, Suchet's division was sent to Spain, where he'd spend the next 6 years.
Dang.
His first role was to support the siege of Zaragoza. Then, on Marshal Lannes' recommendation, Napoleon gave him command of 3rd Corps and made him governor of Aragon. Suchet found his troops to be poorly supplied, ill-disciplined and low in morale. Their first battle together against General Blake's Spanish army ended in a humiliating rout at Alcañiz. Suchet found the drummer who'd started the panic and had him shot in front of the entire corps.
Dang!
He then reorganized his troops and restored discipline and pride with 2 quick victories over the Spanish. He also faced a guerrilla war in Aragon, a popular insurgency driven by hatred of the French invader. Suchet drew on French experience of fighting counter-revolutionary insurgents in the Vendée, and realized that it was only by winning over the civilian population that he'd be able to make progress. He made it his first priority to ensure his own men were properly paid and fed, something almost unheard of for French troops in Spain. He enforced discipline and made sure requisitioned supplies were paid for.
I mean, not only that, you also have to make sure that those routes are secure, because without like cavalry units protecting these trade routes, you're gonna have guerrillas try to take them out and plunder.
He told his troops, "I will look after your well-being, and you, by your discipline, will give security to the inhabitants. You will make them, by your conduct, care for the government of King Joseph." He told the Spanish people, "My troops will not impede your harvests nor overcrowd your cities. They will live in the countryside, ready to protect you. Religion and clergy will be respected."
See, that is leading by example right there.
Crucially, Suchet also promised protection from the many Spanish guerrilla bands who behaved no better than bandits. His practical and humane approach won respect and brought results. The guerrillas could never be completely defeated, but Suchet made Aragon the safest and best-run region in occupied Spain. He extended French control of eastern Spain with a series of successful sieges at Lérida, Mequinenza and Tortosa. In June 1811, he took Tarragona.
I mean, that's a lot of territory that he took.
For this victory, Napoleon finally awarded him his Marshal's baton, the only one earned in Spain.
And that says a lot, given the, Massena had issues in Spain. You had a couple others that's escaping me right now. I mean, just about everyone had issues in Spain, because it's just a different geography. It's a different people. You had the guerrillas. You have Wellington, who's a class act of himself when it comes to being a militaristic leader. So Spain was a difficult task. You can argue that Aragon, this area at the top right, was not as bad comparatively to like the areas near Portugal. And you're right, but that's just how the ball goes sometimes.
Then he moved south. He defeated a larger Spanish force at Saguntum, then took the great city of Valencia, along with 18,000 prisoners and nearly 500 guns. Napoleon rewarded Suchet with the title Duke of Albufera. But the overall situation in Spain was deteriorating steadily. The partisans became better organized and supplied. The British Navy was able to land troops on the coast to make diversionary attacks. while Napoleon withdrew more and more units for his own campaigns in Russia and Germany.
Yep.
After King Joseph and Jourdan were defeated at Vittoria, Suchet had no option but to pull back towards the French frontier, leaving behind several well-supplied garrisons.
Ooh.
On Napoleon's abdication, Suchet remained undefeated, still holding the French frontier.
That is really unheard of, to have someone undefeated in battle. Now, he didn't have as many battles as other individuals, but that is quite a record.
When Napoleon returned from exile, Suchet went to meet him in Paris. It was the first time they'd met in person in 8 years. "Marshal Suchet, you have grown greatly since we last saw one another," the emperor told him. He entrusted Suchet with command of French forces in the south, an important independent command for which few men were better suited. Suchet dutifully kept France's enemies at bay until news arrived of Napoleon's defeat at Waterloo. Following the Second Bourbon Restoration, Suchet was dismissed and retired to his country estate, where he died in 1826. He was still held in such esteem in Aragon that a mass was held to pray for his soul in the Cathedral of Zaragoza.
He left a legacy.
Suchet was a brilliant commander, widely regarded as the best administrator in Napoleon's army.
That says a lot, especially when you're dealing with people like Bernadotte in that mix as well.
He was also one of the few who thrived with the responsibility of independent command. He never had the opportunity to prove himself on the war's decisive battlegrounds. But when Napoleon, in exile on St. Helena, was asked to name his best general, he replied, "That is difficult to say, but it seems to me that it is Suchet."
And we'll never know, like, if he would be able to stack up to the others on, like, an Austerlitz or like a, when, you know what I mean when I say Austerlitz, like like an actual, like, heavy charge, or a Lau, or Elu, or a the Germanic battles, or the battles of France, or the battles against people like Wellington. We will never know, but it seems that he was quite good, and if he had a chance, he would definitely be placed in that position.
5. Marshal Ney.
The notorious Ney was priceless for his valor. His obstinacy. I don't think I've ever heard this word before. What? His obstinacy in retreats. He was good for leading 10,000 men or 2 divisions. Otherwise, he was a true idiot. Bro, Napoleon with these backhanded compliments. He's always like, "It was a great man. Yeah, but he was quite stupid." Or, "Yeah, he was good, but he was the most unlucky guy I've ever met in my life." Napoleon is quite mixed in his compliments, I would say.
Michel Ney was a cooper's son from Lorraine, a German-speaking region of France on the eastern frontier.
What's a cooper?
His father wanted him to become a clerk, but the young Ney, impetuous and headstrong, joined a hussar regiment instead. He soon distinguished himself as a fine horseman and fencer, and was a senior sergeant by the time of the French Revolution. When war broke out, Ney was made an officer and became aide-de-camp to General Lamarche. His reports describe Ney as active, brave, and a skilled tactician. Ney served in the Netherlands and on the Rhine, fighting at Valmy, Jemappes, and near Winden. He was seriously wounded once and captured once. Fellow officers nicknamed Ney the Indefatigable. His men preferred Le Rougeau, the ruddy or red-faced. The 30-year-old Ney was now a proven brigade commander, despite refusing promotion more than once, regarding himself as unqualified. In 1799, following glowing
Seems like he's quite humble.
supports from General Bernadotte, he finally accepted the rank of General of Division. In 1800, Ney and his division played a major role in General Moreau's great victory over the Austrians at Hohenlinden. This brought him to the attention of France's new first consul, Napoleon Bonaparte, with whom he'd still never served. When they met in Paris, they warmed to each other. Napoleon entrusted Ney the delicate task of imposing his Act of Mediation on Switzerland, which he carried out with swift efficiency. The same year, Ney married Aglaé Louise Augier, a friend of Josephine's daughter, Hortense, now Napoleon's stepdaughter.
Interesting.
Drawing him closer to France's future imperial family. In 1804, Napoleon proclaimed a new empire, and Ney was made a marshal. The next year, he was leading 6th Corps to war against Austria. He was accompanied by Colonel Henri Jomini, a Swiss officer and military theorist. Ney had been quick to recognize his talent, giving him a job as his aide-de-camp and helping to publish his work. Jomini would win fame as one of the 19th century's great military thinkers, and served Ney well as his chief of staff on several campaigns. During the advance against the Austrians, Jomini encouraged Ney to ignore orders from Marshal Murat that would have allowed the enemy to escape. Their decision was vindicated when 6th Corps won a brilliant action at Elchingen that closed the trap on General Mack's forces at Ulm. Ney's corps missed the Battle of Austerlitz, but was in action against the Prussians the following year. There had already been signs that Ney's aggressive instinct, which made him a brilliant tactical leader, could also get him into trouble. At the Battle of Jena, Ney ignored his orders and charged straight at the Prussian lines. Becoming cut off, his troops had to be rescued by Marshal Lannes' corps. A furious Napoleon remarked, "Ney knows less about soldiering than the last-joined drummer boy."
Dang, that's probably where he gets that backhanded compliment from.
Ney was criticised again by Napoleon 3 months later, when his foraging raids into East Prussia appeared to provoke a Russian offensive. The winter manoeuvring culminated in the horrific Battle of Eylau, which Ney's corps reached only as darkness fell. That summer, Bennigsen's Russian army launched a surprise attack, hoping to encircle and destroy Ney's 6th Corps near Gutstadt. Ney, outnumbered 4 to 1, conducted a brilliant fighting withdrawal and escaped the trap.
That's good.
A week later, Napoleon caught Bennigsen's army at Friedland. Ney led a crucial attack on the enemy. "That man is a lion," said Napoleon, watching his advance.
So he's very true to... one thing about Napoleon, he's true and he's realistic. Like, he's not gonna sugarcoat.
6th Corps' onslaught shattered the Russian left, leading to one of Napoleon's most decisive victories. For all his flaws, Ney had proved himself one of Napoleon's best tactical commanders, and was rewarded with the title Duke of Elchingen. In 1808, Ney commanded a corps during the invasion of Spain. He spent more than 2 years in the Iberian Peninsula, and like most of Napoleon's marshals, found it a bitter and frustrating experience. In 1810, he joined Marshal Massena for the invasion of Portugal, but deeply resented being placed under his command. He criticised every decision, helping to create a poisonous atmosphere at French headquarters.
Yeah, they were at each other's throats.
The French advance on Lisbon came to a halt at the lines of Torres Vedras. During the subsequent retreat, Ney again demonstrated his brilliant tactical skills, fighting a series of rearguard actions that kept Wellington's troops at bay. But Ney's fury at what he considered Massena's disastrous leadership boiled over into open insubordination. he was relieved of command and returned to France. But he did not remain in disgrace for long. Napoleon knew Ney's worth in battle, and that the army adored him. He'd be needed in Russia, and was recalled in 1812 with command of 3rd Corps.
Yep.
As the Grande Armée advanced deeper into Russia, Ney was always near the action, leading attacks at Krasny and at Smolensk, where he was wounded in the neck. Amid the slaughter of Borodino, Ney led his corps in attack after attack on the Russian earthworks. When they were finally taken, and he was told that Napoleon would not send in his reserves to follow up their hard-won gains, he exploded with anger.
Yeah, this is where Napoleon was like, if I have a battle tomorrow, I'll have no troops.
What business has the Emperor in the rear of the army? Since he will no longer make war himself, let him return to the Tuileries and leave us to be generals for him.
That's crazy.
It was typical of Ney's lack of restraint. But his blind faith in the Emperor did not survive Russia. Henceforth, he'd fight only for France. It was during the retreat from Moscow that Ney ensured his place among the legends of military history. Just 2 weeks into the retreat, the Russians routed Davout's rearguard at Vyazma, and Ney and 3rd Corps took over. Ney was not only an instinctive tactician and apparently immune to fear or fatigue, he could inspire or bully other men into superhuman feats of bravery and endurance. A French officer later recalled, "I can see him still at the spot where the fighting was hottest, speaking to the men, indicating to the generals what positions they should take up, animating all hearts with the confidence that flashed from his glances. He made an effect on me I don't know how to describe." At Krasny, when the rearguard got cut off from the rest of the army, Ney angrily rejected calls to surrender and led his men in an astonishing forced march across enemy territory, crossing the frozen Dnieper River at night.
Yeah, it was quite a lucky draw that he survived.
Personally pulling men from the river when they fell through the ice. Surrounded by Cossacks and down to 800 fighting men, they formed square and kept moving. Ney was
Those Cossacks, man, they were terrorizers.
more than a hero to the army. He was its talisman. News of his escape caused rejoicing throughout the army. Napoleon himself remarked, "What a soldier! The army is full of brave men, but Michel Ney is truly the bravest of the brave."
I remember that.
Ney led the rearguard for the rest of the retreat, and according to legend, was the last man to cross the Niemen River into Poland.
Yep.
His
Probably
leadership
not.
helped many thousands of soldiers to make it back alive. Ney was rewarded with the title Prince of the Moskva, and continued to serve throughout 1813, though his relations with the Emperor, and Marshal Berthier in particular, were increasingly strained.
Why?
At Lutzen, Ney was moved by the conduct of his young conscripts, who bore the brunt of Blücher's surprise attack, but fought back bravely, helping to win victory. Napoleon then entrusted Ney with command of 3 army corps, 84,000 men. But the plan for him to fall on the enemy's flank at Bautzen went awry. Badly drafted orders led to delay, and the coalition army was able to escape. Ney fought in the Emperor's great victory at Dresden, but 10 days later at Dennewitz, his limitations as an army commander were horribly exposed. Throwing himself into an attack, he lost control of the battle, and was badly beaten by Bernadotte's Army of the North.
I mean, Bernadotte's not a pushover at any regard here.
Ney was devastated by his defeat, but Napoleon kept him in command of his northern wing. At the gigantic 4-day Battle of Leipzig, he commanded the northern sector, holding the line until a shoulder wound on the last day forced his return to France. He rejoined the army in 1814 and fought in the defence of France, commanding the Young Guard and personally leading a bayonet charge at the Battle of Montmirail. In April, Ney, outspoken as ever, was among the first to confront Napoleon with the reality of his position and force his abdication. Ney was feted by the restored Bourbon monarchy as France's greatest soldier, but he could not hide his contempt for the returning aristocrats who treated his family with disdain. When the king's niece reduced his wife to tears, Ney confronted her, shouting, "I and others were fighting for France, while you sat sipping tea in English gardens."
He's not lying. He's being 100% truthful on that one.
In February 1815, Napoleon escaped from exile on Elba and landed in France.
Well, when you say escaped, we gotta like he had a bodyguard. Like he had a big bodyguard unit. I mean, he didn't like escape. He took a ship and he went to France.
Ney was horrified by the prospect of civil war and promised the king that he'd bring Napoleon back to Paris in an iron cage. But he soon saw that the army was flocking to Napoleon's banner. When Napoleon appealed to him directly as the hero of Borodino, Ney made the fateful decision to cast in his lot with the Emperor once more. When Napoleon advanced into the Netherlands in June to take on Wellington and Blücher's armies, Ney commanded his left wing. But he made a string of blunders. Against Wellington's troops at Quatre Bras, he was too cautious when he held the advantage. 2 days later at Waterloo, Napoleon left much of the tactical handling of the battle to Marshal Ney. It was a mistake. On his own initiative, Ney launched a series of mass cavalry attacks too early and failed to launch any coordinated attacks on Wellington's position until late in the day. He had 4 horses killed under him and personally led the last doomed attack by the Imperial Guard.
Yeah, I mean, that was right before the Prussians got there, or right when the Prussians got there.
Ney's courage that day was awe-inspiring, but his decisions helped to cause the French defeat. In the aftermath, Ney spurned several chances to flee France.
I mean, he basically is going to be committed for treason now because he was supposed to arrest Napoleon, but he joined Napoleon.
And was arrested for treason by the restored monarchy.
Yep.
A military court refused to pass sentence, so his case went to the Chamber of Peers. With the king's allies demanding that an example be made of Ney, the outcome of his trial was never in doubt. 5 of Ney's fellow marshals were among a large majority who voted for the death penalty.
Ain't that crazy? Look at these individuals right here. Victor, Sourier, Bernadotte, Marmont, and Kellerman. Now, my recollection isn't the greatest, so I'm wondering, out of these 5, did any of these 5 support Napoleon after his abdication? And if they did, they are 100% traitors to the whole cause of what's going on. I mean, not traitors, you know what I'm talking about. They are contradictory. They are not, my words are escaping me. 17 voted exile. 5 abstined, basically meaning they didn't vote. One person, the one person that said not guilty, who was that? Is that anyone that I would know based off anything that we've heard? But think about that, 137 voted death. I wonder what you had to get, is it a majority rules opinion here? I have no idea how French politics works in the Bourbon, I can't even say it. Anyway.
On the 7th of December 1815, he was marched into the Luxembourg Gardens in Paris. Soldiers, "When I give the order to fire, fire at the heart," he told the firing squad. "Wait for the order, it will be my last to you. I protest against my condemnation. I have fought 100 battles for France, and not one against her."
That is so true. It's a political death. It's a political death.
Marshal Ney was among the most inspirational battlefield commanders in history. A born soldier and brilliant tactician, unless his fiery temperament got the better of him. He lacked the confidence for high command, but under the Emperor's supervision, he proved one of the Grande Armée's greatest combat leaders.
Alright, give me Soult.
4. Marshal Soult.
I should have made a great example and had Soult shot. He was the greatest pillager of them all.
Jean de Dieu Soult was from a small town in southern France and enlisted in the Régiment Royal, aged 16. He became a tough, capable sergeant, and in the
He lived a long time, and just looking at that, he's 82 when he passed away.
build-up to the Revolutionary Wars, joined a new battalion of volunteers as their drill instructor. Soult's self-confidence and bearing meant he was soon made an officer. The unit went into action against the Prussians in 1793. In a brutal baptism of fire, half the battalion became casualties, though Soult's own conduct was praised. After a spell on the staff of General Hoche, he joined General Lefebvre's crack vanguard division. Soult learned much from Lefebvre, a future fellow marshal, serving first as his chief of staff and later as his best brigade commander.
It seems a lot of these people have the same, like, the rise to command. It seems like they always become a chief of staff, then maybe like a general of the division, and then they become continuously, they prove themselves, and then they get marshal status.
Soult's rise from sergeant to brigadier general took less than 3 years. In the process, he won a reputation as an organized and decisive commander and brilliant tactician. He also began a bitter, long-lasting feud with another rising star, General Michel Ney. In 1799, Soult established himself as one of France's best divisional commanders, fighting under Massena's command at the Battle of Zurich. He was then put in charge of 3 divisions to pursue General Suvorov through the Alps, proving his ability for high command. In his report to France's new first consul, Napoleon Bonaparte, Massena wrote, "For judgment and courage, Soult has scarcely a superior." The next year, Soult and Massena were besieged in Genoa. Soult
Oh, he was part of that. Wow.
led a series of daring raids on the Austrian lines, until he was shot in the knee and captured. He was robbed and spent days in agony in a filthy hospital, an episode that may explain Soult's later reluctance to lead from the front. On his return to Paris, Soult received a hero's welcome from Napoleon. His rewards included an honorary rank as Colonel General in the Consular Guard, plus command of troops assembled at Saint-Omer for Napoleon's planned invasion of England.
That would have been insane. But Spain messed it up.
Soult, the old drill instructor, imposed strict discipline and trained his men hard, earning the nickname Bras de Fer, Iron Arm. Even Napoleon wondered if he was being too severe, to which Soult replied, "Those that can't handle what I myself endure will be left behind in the depots. Those that can will be fit to conquer the world."
He had ambition.
In 1804, Napoleon proclaimed his new empire, and Soult received his Marshal's Baton. The next year, his impeccably drilled troops became 4th Corps, the largest corps of the Grande Armée, and marched east to take on the 3rd Coalition. That December at Austerlitz, Napoleon entrusted Soult's corps with the main attack on the enemy centre. As he issued his final orders to his marshals, the Emperor turned to Soult last and said, "As for you, Soult, I say only, act as you always do."
He was a favorite, you can tell.
Fourth Corps' attack was the decisive blow of the battle, though its success owed much to Soult's exceptional divisional commanders, Saint-Hilaire and Van Damme. With victory won, Napoleon acclaimed Soult the foremost manoeuvrer in Europe. However, it was observed that Soult was now less inclined to expose himself to enemy fire, taking a more managerial approach to command, though his planning, organisation and tactical instinct remained superb.
Sort of different versus like Ney and Murat.
The next year, Soult's corps played an important role at the Battle of Jena, and in the pursuit of the defeated Prussian army that followed. In the brutal winter battle at Eylau, his troops held the centre of the line. Soult's relationship with Napoleon was excellent, and the Emperor frequently turned to him for advice, much to Marshal Berthier's annoyance. In 1808, Soult was ennobled as the Duke of Dalmatia, and later that year led a corps in Napoleon's invasion of Spain. When the Emperor returned to France, he entrusted the pursuit of the British army to Marshal Soult.
And he did a decent job.
The British nicknamed Soult the Duke of Damnation, and he harried them through the mountains of Galicia to La Coruña. But in battle, he could not break their lines, nor prevent their escape by sea.
It's just such a difficult task.
Soult then marched south and occupied Porto, where rumours began that he was considering crowning himself King of Portugal. Whether the rumours were serious or not,
it would have never worked out. That's a load of barnacles right there.
In May, the British and Portuguese took Soult by surprise and drove him out of Portugal with heavy loss in men and supplies. This was the most ignominious chapter of Soult's mixed record in the peninsula. 5 years that saw sparks of brilliance, but also missed chances, shocking avarice, and a reluctance to cooperate with other commanders. Later in 1809, Soult replaced Marshal Jourdan as King Joseph's chief military advisor, and led French forces to a crushing victory over the Spanish at Ocaña. He then oversaw the French occupation of southern Spain. Appointed governor of Andalusia, Soult administered the region with cold efficiency from his headquarters at Seville, though avoiding harsh measures where possible. He lived in royal style and notoriously looted Spanish churches on such a scale that he soon amassed one of the great art collections in Europe, worth an estimated 1.5 million francs. He was increasingly aloof, and even his aides found him difficult to like. Soult's character is hard and above all egotistical, one wrote. He takes no more than a passing interest in those around him. In 1811, with Marshal Massena's army stalled outside Lisbon, Napoleon ordered Soult to give support. Like many of Napoleon's long-range interventions in Spain, the objectives were unrealistic. Yet Soult marched north with 20,000 men, capturing Badajoz, but withdrew on receiving news of an enemy landing near Barossa. 2 months later, he marched north again to relieve Badajoz, now besieged by the enemy, and met Beresford's larger army en route at Albuera. Soult launched a flanking attack that threw the enemy into confusion, but he failed to follow up his advantage and left the tactical handling of the battle to others, nor was he on the spot to inspire his troops.
I mean, that just kind of like, that's on character, though, of him not really wanting to risk too much. He's more conservative at this point in his life.
And his army suffered a bloody defeat. The next year, Wellington's victory at Salamanca forced Soult to abandon his palace in Seville and retreat to Valencia. Though that autumn, he had the satisfaction of reoccupying Madrid and pursuing Wellington's army back to the Portuguese frontier. In 1813, Napoleon summoned Soult to Germany, where he fought at Lutzen, and supervised the main attack at Bautzen. But when news arrived of the calamitous French defeat at Vitoria, Napoleon sent Soult back to Spain to take charge. Soult inherited a demoralized, disorganized army. He quickly imposed order, turned it around, and attacked. It was an impressive feat, but his mostly young conscripts were up against experienced, well-led troops. 2 attempts to relieve the besieged garrison of San Sebastian failed. Soult began a fighting retreat through the Pyrenees mountains back to France. Despite the limitations of his demoralized conscripts, he ensured Wellington's army had to fight every step of the way, counter-attacking whenever possible, and offering resistance till the end, even as Napoleon's empire began to collapse. The last battle of the campaign was fought at Toulouse, a bloody and unnecessary one, as Napoleon had
already surrendered.
Abdicated 4 days earlier.
For that, yeah.
Under the Bourbon Restoration, Soult became an unpopular Minister of War. Like Marshal Ney, he initially opposed Napoleon's return from exile, but saw which way the wind was blowing and rallied to the Emperor. Napoleon made several dubious appointments in 1815. One was to pick Soult as his new chief of staff, replacing Marshal Berthier. Not only did this waste Soult's command abilities, since his new role was merely to implement Napoleon's orders, Soult also inherited a complex staff system of Berthier's own devising. Crucial errors resulted during the Waterloo campaign, with orders going astray and commanders unsure of their role. Soult's warning not to underestimate Wellington's army was dismissed by Napoleon. "You think that because Wellington defeated you, he must be a great general. I tell you that he is a bad general, that the English are bad troops, and this will be over by lunchtime."
Napoleon had this continuous thought that they were always going to be superior on land just because the British were superior at sea. It was more or less like a yin and yang. He was thinking, well, we're not that very superior at sea, but we are very superior on land. But the British aren't superior on land because they are superior at sea. This is just like an infatuation with that yin and yang of good and bad, when in reality, Wellington was a really, really good leader. And the British troops were, think about how much money Great Britain had at this point. They were well trained, they were well resourced. They didn't have as much experience fighting. That's the biggest difference, is the experience. But that doesn't mean that the tactical or the strategy within the tactics or the resources or the manpower weren't there. They truly were. And you can see that through the uplift of Portugal and Spain, and then a lot of these armies were proxies to Great Britain, like Russia, Sweden, Austria, Prussia. They were proxies to Great Britain. The war as a whole was Alexander, Austria, and Great Britain, and then you had all the other people, and then it slowly kind of tickered away to Great Britain and Alexander, and that was it. And then everyone else was more or less a proxy to Great Britain. Great Britain ran the show. So, arrogance.
Following Napoleon's defeat, Soult lived in exile until 1819, then returned to France under a political amnesty. After the July Revolution, he served as a reforming Minister of War, and 3 times as President of the Council of Ministers, effectively France's Prime Minister. He also became the Grand Old Man of the French army, elevated to Commander-in-Chief with the exalted rank of Marshal General of France.
Wow.
Soult died aged 82 in the same town where he was born, known today as Saint-Amand-Soult.
Wow, that's cool.
Soult's record as a marshal was mixed. A brilliant and intelligent organizer whose ability to deliver a master stroke or inspire his troops to victory waned with time. Yet he was one of the few marshals that Napoleon could trust with a large independent command. a quality he needed desperately, but found in short supply.
Great qualities.
Suchet, Ney, Soult. Join us for the final part of Napoleon's Marshals as we reveal our top 3, coming soon.
I know it's Berthier, I know it's Lannes, but I don't know who else it is. I'll know soon enough because we'll be recording part 6 very soon. So hit that subscribe button so you don't miss part 6. Leave a comment. What do you guys think? Suchet, Ney, or Soult? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. They're very similar to me. I'm gonna split hairs between Ney and Soult. They're very similar. I don't think Ney should be looked at. I mean, a lot of people that get executed, they don't get a fair shake because it was a political assassination. It was a political execution. Ney was. Let me know what you guys think. But until next time, hit that like button as always, subscribe as always, and peace out as always. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. This is part 6 of Napoleon's Marshals. We got Berthier, Lannes, and Davout. It's the top 3. It's the top 3. Spoilers alert, those are the top 3. So we're going to learn a little bit about each of them, a little bit more deeper than we did in the Napoleonic Wars series. So, as always, hit that like button, leave a comment, and subscribe. But let's jump right in. 6.
Terror belli, decus pacis. Terror in war, ornament in peace. The words inscribed on every French marshal's baton.
And I wonder where these 26 batons are nowadays.
In France, the title of Marshal, or Maréchal, goes back at least to the 13th century. It represents the highest possible position of military authority. Authority symbolized by a marshal's baton. The title was abolished during the French Revolution as incompatible with the egalitarian spirit of the age. But in 1804, Napoleon founded a new empire and restored the ancient rank. This is Epic History TV's guide to Napoleon's Marshals. All 26 have been ranked according to our own evaluation of their achievements as marshals, with expert guidance from Lieutenant Colonel Rémy Porte, former chief historian of the French Army. So far, we've met Marshals Pérignon, Brune, Serrurier, Kellerman, Grouchy, Moncey, Poniatowski, Jourdan, Bernadotte, Augereau, Lefebvre, Mortier, Marmont, Saint-Cyr, Oudinot, Victor, Murat, Berthier, Macdonald, Massena, Suchet, Ney and Soult.
Ready to go!
We're delighted to welcome back as our fan. Napoleon bust and flaw of years Dawson for sponsor Marshal Berthier.
Berthier! No one else could replace him. That's quitty. That's pretty straight to the point.
Louis-Alexandre Berthier was born at Versailles, 10
That's a great name.
miles from Paris. His mother served at the palace as a chambermaid to the future Louis XVIII. His father was a colonel in the Topographical Engineers, a specialist corps of military surveyors. Berthier followed in his father's footsteps, joining the Topographical Engineers aged just 13, and was commissioned lieutenant at 17. He proved a talented and diligent staff officer. 10 years later, he accompanied General Rochambeau to America as part of French support to the colonists in their War of Independence.
So he's got around, like, for, I think there was maybe one other person that was in the Americas at some point out of the Marshals, but this guy for 6, 7, 8 years was in the American War of Independence. Now, this doesn't mean he had boots on the ground, but at some point he did.
Independence, and witnessed the British defeat at Yorktown.
Wow.
By the time the French Revolutionary Wars broke out, Berthier was a brigadier general with 25 years' service, who broke out at Yorktown. By the time the French Revolutionary Wars broke out, Berthier was a brigadier general with 25 years' service.
At that point, you have, like, probably one of the most prestigious people in the military. So it's almost a no-brainer for this guy to become a marshal.
Who'd studied and given much thought to the problems of military organization and command. A reputation for outstanding staff work meant his services were in high demand, and he served as Chief of Staff to Rochambeau, Lafayette, and Luckner. But during the terror...
I really want to learn more about Lafayette, because I know he is a huge piece of the puzzle for the French.
Ties to these politically suspect generals put Berthier himself under the spotlight. He was stripped of his rank and not officially reinstated until 1795, when he became Chief of Staff of the Army of Italy. A Chief of Staff led the staff section, which was responsible for turning the general's orders into action, by drafting written instructions which were sent out by courier, as well as every aspect of army administration, ensuring efficient movement and supply, and collating reports on the enemy to
basically the manager.
rain, roads, and anything else that might affect operations.
Like the GM. He's the GM.
Berthier, building on recent trends in French staff practice, now developed his own comprehensive staff organization. He established 3 sections: his personal office or cabinet, mostly skilled civilian clerks who handled troop movements, transcribed orders, filed reports, and collated intelligence on enemy forces. His private military staff, made up of aides-de-camp, liaison officers and couriers. And the general staff itself, headed by the First Assistant Major General, also divided into 3 sections. The first dealt...
This is really, like, comprehensive. It's almost like a corporate ladder type of build.
With additional troop movements, plus auxiliary services such as hospitals, military policing, prisoners of war, and security of supply lines.
Wow.
The second section organized the army's camps and billets.
What's a billet? Is that just like a place where you stay?
The third section was the topographical section, responsible for maps and reconnaissance. The general structure of Berthier's system changed little over the next 18 years and proved uniquely effective at handling the challenges posed by a new era of European warfare.
And I can't remember if it was Ney or was the other one. There was Ney and then there was the other one. It's on the top of my head. That took over as like the chief of staff administrative after Napoleon came back. And this was the system that they kind of like fell into and they weren't really used to.
Its chief beneficiary would be the Army of Italy's new commander, Napoleon Bonaparte. Napoleon also discovered that his chief of staff possessed immense personal qualities, a heroic capacity for work, meticulous memory and attention to detail, and devotion to duty and discipline. Crucially, he had a gift for turning Napoleon's verbal, sometimes vague, commandments into clear, concise written orders that made sense to his officers and later marshals.
That's really cool.
Napoleon and Berthier established a highly effective working relationship that would last until 1814. It relied on Berthier's complete acceptance of his subordinate role. He played no part in devising strategy and never challenged or contradicted Napoleon except on points of logistical detail. When a friend queried his devotion to Napoleon, who was an extremely demanding and short-tempered boss, Berthier replied, "Remember that one day it will be a fine thing to be second to Bonaparte."
Saying that Bonaparte's got ambition and it's going to be... I wonder when this quote happened though.
Berthier's hard work and brilliant staff system underpinned all Napoleon's successes in Italy and beyond. They spent so much time together, Berthier was nicknamed Napoleon's wife. He was...
That can be either that can be a positive or a negative connotation depending on how you look at it.
Personally brave too, leading an attack at Lodi and a cavalry charge at Rivoli. But his genius was for staff work and administration, not army command, as he well knew. When he briefly inherited command of the Army of Italy in 1797, he begged Napoleon to return as soon as possible to take over. Berthier played a crucial role in planning Napoleon's Egyptian expedition of 1798, and masterminded his famous crossing of the Alps in 1800, which saw French troops advance almost 100 miles through the mountains in just 8 days.
So this is Napoleon's secret weapon at this point, Berthier.
The same year, Napoleon made Berthier Minister of War, putting him in charge of all French military administration. When Napoleon proclaimed his new empire in 1804, Berthier was the first name on the list of new marshals, with seniority over all others. The next year, his role as Chief of Staff, or Major Général of the Grande Armée, was officially confirmed. In the fast-moving campaign of 1805, Berthier's system ensured Napoleon always had up-to-date information about the location and strength of his own forces, as well as the latest reports on enemy movements, from scouts, spies, and prisoners. Such advantages helped him achieve the stunning encirclement of Mack's Austrian army at Ulm. On campaign, Berthier and the Emperor often travelled together in the imperial coach, working without pause. His workload was immense, but so too were the rewards. Following the victory at Austerlitz, Napoleon made Berthier the hereditary sovereign prince of Neuchâtel and Valengan, with an enormous private income.
Wow.
Over the course of Napoleon's reign, he received endowments worth more than 1 million francs per year from the emperor.
Look at that. Lannes, Massena, Davout, Ney, Berthier. Crazy.
More than any other marshal. Yet Berthier remained a liability as a field commander.
Well, stop putting him in the field!
1809, Napoleon put him in temporary command of the Army of Germany. When Archduke Charles made a bold advance into Bavaria, Berthier's response was hesitant and muddled, and nearly led to Marshal Davout's corps being encircled. Only Napoleon's arrival averted disaster. Returning to his usual role as Chief of Staff, Berthier once more proved his exceptional talents, coordinating the movement of 200,000 men and paving the way for the Emperor's victory at Wagram. The title Prince of Wagram was added to his honours. The invasion of Russia in 1812 was a test like no other for Marshal Berthier and his staff. It required coordinating the movement of 500,000 troops, the biggest army ever seen in Europe, across a 400-mile front. "A simple private is happier than I," Berthier complained. "I am being killed by all this work."
Dang, he's being overworked, he thinks.
By August, it was clear the Grande Armée's supply lines were at breaking point, and Berthier was among those who tried to persuade Napoleon to halt the advance at Smolensk.
Everybody said that.
He was ignored. As disaster engulfed the army, Berthier continued to perform his duty. By the end of the retreat, he was marching on foot with frostbitten fingers. When Napoleon left the army to return to Paris without him, he wept openly. Despite his own poor health in the wake of the retreat, Berthier worked hard to salvage the remnants of the army, and served throughout the campaign in Germany in 1813. By now, Napoleon's enemies had reformed their own army general staffs, partly inspired by Berthier's example. But neither Berthier nor his system was perfect. In May, a confusing order to Marshal Ney contributed to his late arrival at the Battle of Bautzen, and a missed chance to crush the coalition army. Berthier was also notorious for his jealousies and grudges.
He was #1, though.
His pedantic vendetta against Jomini, Ney's talented chief of staff, drove him to defect to the Russians. Berthier must also bear some blame for the disastrous end to the Battle of Leipzig.
We'll see.
He knew there weren't enough bridges for the army to retreat safely, but failed to press the matter with Napoleon.
I
I guess you can put that on him.
When the only bridge out of the city was blown too early, 30,000 men became prisoners.
Or they died in hellfire, or drowned, etc.
Berthier continued to serve Napoleon faithfully through the desperate defence of France until the Emperor's abdication in April 1814. The restored Bourbon monarchy showered titles and honours on Berthier. The king even gave him an honorary rank in his own guard. Napoleon's return from exile 11 months later put him in an impossible situation, torn both ways by his sense of duty and loyalty. He accompanied the king on his flight to the Netherlands, but was treated with such suspicion by the royal court that he left for his wife's family estate in Bavaria.
Wow.
There, a few weeks later, Berthier fell from a window and was killed.
Did he get pushed or did he fall? What do you guys think?
It was most likely a simple accident, though some believe he killed himself out of guilt or despair, or, less plausibly, was murdered by French royalist agents.
I don't know.
Napoleon had expected Berthier to rejoin him in 1815 and was scathing of his absence. "I have been betrayed by Berthier, who was just a gosling, transformed by me into some kind of eagle."
Napoleon. I think Berthier was your secret weapon, and I think without him, or someone of his stature, your logistical nightmare would have ensued back in Italy.
But after his defeat at Waterloo, in which mismanaged staff work played an important role, Napoleon conceded, "If Berthier had been there, I would not have met this misfortune."
And he could be right. I mean, it's not like he would have won the war, but he could have beat the British.
Berthier had none of Murat's glamour, nor Ney's heroism, nor the tactical instincts of Davout. But he was the indispensable marshal, whose brilliant administration and tireless work were the foundation for so much of Napoleon's military success.
Well put.
2.
Here we go. Marshal on.
Marshal Lannes.
Land. He had truly become a superior being by the time he perished. I found him a pygmy, but I lost a giant. Okay.
Jean Lannes was a farmer's son from Gascony, who quit his job as a dyer's apprentice to join the local volunteer battalion in 1792. Energetic and charismatic, he was immediately elected to be an officer by his comrades. The unit was sent to fight the Spanish on the Eastern Pyrenees front, where Lannes proved a brave and active officer. He distinguished himself in several actions and was promoted to command the regiment. Lannes was then transferred to Italy as part of General Augereau's division, where his bold, aggressive leadership won praise from General Massena, and then a dago from General Bonaparte himself, who rewarded Lannes with command of a grenadier brigade in the army's advance guard.
Wow. Quick.
A month later, at the Battle of Lodi, Colonel Lannes was first across the river, leaping off the bridge and wading ashore under enemy fire. At the Battle of Arcolay, he was wounded twice, but when he heard the French were retreating, he left the dressing station to lead a fresh attack, which probably saved Napoleon from capture or worse. Napoleon later presented the flag he'd waved at the battle to Lannes, and a special bond was formed between them, based on mutual respect and loyalty. Lannes was promoted to Brigadier General, and in 1798 joined Napoleon's expedition to Egypt. He played a prominent role in the campaign, helping to suppress the revolt in Cairo and leading the assaults on Jaffa and Acre, where he was shot in the neck and only saved from certain death by his men, who carried him back to safety.
That's insane, man.
At the Battle of Abu Qir, Lannes' infantry worked with Murat's cavalry to inflict a crushing defeat on the Ottoman army. While recovering from his latest wounds in this battle, Lannes received painful news from home. His wife had given birth to another man's child.
So weird, isn't it? Because Napoleon also heard of his misfortune from Josephine's adultery while he was also... But of course, a lot of these men, not just saying men, but a lot of these people also fooled around.
He returned to France with Napoleon in October and divorced his wife not long after. When Napoleon staged his coup of 18 Brumaire, Lannes helped to ensure the army's loyalty. The next spring, Napoleon's army marched over the Alps into Italy. Lannes' vanguard led the way, and at Montebello encountered an Austrian force that outnumbered it 2-1. Lannes was able to win a brilliant victory thanks to crucial support from General Victor. Just 5 days later, his division played a key role in Napoleon's great victory at Marengo. Lannes never forgot a favour. He and Victor remained firm friends.
Future Major Victor.
But he also never forgot a grudge, was notoriously short-fused, and quick to perceive an insult. In 1800, Lannes remarried to Louise Antoinette Guernuc, daughter of a senator, with whom he'd have 5 children.
Antoinette.
He was also appointed commander of Napoleon's consular guard, but he was dismissed after General Berthier helped expose his mismanagement of the budget.
Dang.
For which Lannes never forgave him. In semi-disgrace, Lannes was sent as ambassador to Portugal, a short, eventful spell in which, against expectation, his soldierly manner won over Portugal's Prince Regent. By 1804, it was clear that all was forgiven. Lannes received news that he'd been made a Marshal of the new French Empire, and orders to return to Paris for Napoleon's coronation.
I mean, he was so close to Napoleon. This was a given. This was a truly given in 1804, almost as much as Berthier.
The following year, he took command of 5th Corps of the Grande Armée, forming the vanguard for the advance against the Austrian army in Bavaria. Lannes had to work closely with Marshal Murat, a bitter rival since the falling
All these people are rivals.
out in Egypt, but they put their differences aside. Together, they bluffed an Austrian commander into surrendering a vital Danube bridge by persuading him that an armistice had been signed.
Yeah, that was quite a bait and switch right there.
At one point, Lannes even snatched the fuse from a soldier's hand as he prepared to light the explosive charges. The day before the Battle of Austerlitz, Lannes' quick temper got the better of him. He demanded to fight a duel with Marshal Soult,
Oh my God.
who in his eyes had made him look foolish in front of the Emperor. Soult ignored the challenge.
Or was he scared?
The battle that followed, Lannes' 5th Corps held the left flank against Bagration's attacks, later pushing forward with the cavalry to help take 7,000 Russian prisoners. After the battle, Lannes was infuriated that Soult, and not he, was singled out for praise by the Emperor. Within days, Lannes had resigned his command and returned to France.
My God, this guy is so emotional.
In 1806, with tempers cooled, Napoleon summoned Lannes to rejoin the army for the war with Prussia. Back in command of 5th Corps, Lannes was as active, aggressive and brilliant as ever. At Saalfeld, he fought the first major combat of the war, routing a Prussian division commanded by Prince Louis Ferdinand. 4 days later, at Jena, Lannes opened the main French attack at dawn, with General Suchet's division in the lead. For 6 hours, his troops were engaged in furious fighting for the villages on the plateau, until finally, the Prussian resistance was broken. By December, the war had moved into Poland. Lannes attacked a larger Russian force at Pultusk, but it was a bloody, indecisive affair. Wounds and fever then forced him to convalesce in Warsaw, and so miss the Battle of Eylau.
Everyone missed the Battle of Eylau, it seems.
That spring, Lannes resumed command of the advance guard, as Napoleon sought out Bennigsen's Russian army, hoping to force a decisive battle. When Bennigsen located Lannes' apparently isolated corps near Friedland, he attacked. He expected an easy victory.
And this really helped Lannes have like that legendary status right here.
But Lannes, with support from future marshals Oudinot and Grouchy, expertly used his troops to fend off the Russians, while Napoleon raced to join him with the main army. Lannes' delaying tactics allowed Napoleon to catch the Russian army with its back to the river and inflict a crushing defeat. The following year, Lannes was ennobled as Duke of Montebello and joined Napoleon for the invasion of Spain, despite suffering a serious riding injury en route.
All these marshals, man, it's just so hard to keep them healthy.
Taking command of Marshal Moncey's Third Corps, Lannes routed a Spanish army at the Battle of Tudela, sending the enemy fleeing in two directions. He was then given command of the siege of Zaragoza. Spanish soldiers and civilians defended the city with legendary courage, but Lannes' leadership and methodical house-by-house approach ensured ultimate victory at a high price. Even Lannes was left shaken by the savagery of the fighting, writing to Napoleon, "Sire, this is a horrifying war."
It was, truly was.
Napoleon recalled Lannes for the war with Austria in 1809. His Provisional Corps formed the vanguard for Napoleon's four-day campaign, a series of quick victories over the Austrians that culminated in the Battle of Egmont. Napoleon next needed Regensburg taken quickly, and so, as usual, he turned to Lannes. After the first assault wave was mown down, Lannes' call for volunteers went unanswered. Furious, he picked up a scaling ladder and shouted, "I'll show you that before I was a marshal, I was a grenadier, and still am."
That's gonna get people to fall in line.
As he rushed forward, his aides grabbed the ladder from him, reorganized the men, and led a successful attack. After occupying Vienna, Napoleon ordered his army to cross the Danube in pursuit of the Austrians. Marshals Lannes and Massena led the way across improvised bridges, supported by Marshal Berthier's cavalry. It was soon clear that Napoleon had miscalculated, and that they faced not just an Austrian rearguard, but the full might of Archduke Charles's army. Massena held the village of Aspern, while Lannes organized the defense of Essling. But desperately needed reinforcements and ammunition were held up, as the Austrians floated obstacles downriver to smash the fragile bridges. Lannes' old rival, Marshal Berthier, was placed under his temporary command. Lannes sent repeated orders for him to charge the enemy, in language that verged on an accusation of cowardice, and that evening the two marshals nearly came to blows. The next day, Lannes' corps led an attack on the Austrian centre, but was driven back by the weight of enemy fire. The French-held villages were under constant, pulverizing bombardment. Around 4 p.m, Lannes' old friend, General Pouzet, was hit by a cannonball and killed in front of him. Lannes, badly shaken, walked off to sit alone for a moment, when a cannonball skipped along the ground and smashed both his legs. Lannes was carried to the rear and placed in the care of the Grande Armée's most famous surgeon, Baron Larrey. Larrey quickly decided that he must amputate one leg.
Dang.
The operation went well, but the wound became infected, and Lannes died 9 days later.
That's the thing, if they had something to treat those wounds, to stop infection, so many people would not have died, including Marshal Lannes.
Napoleon, who had visited Lannes every day, wept at news of his death. What a loss for France, and for me.
He really cared.
Then he wrote to Lannes' wife, "The Marshal has died this morning of the wounds he received on the field of honor. My pain equals yours.
What a crazy thing
I
to say.
lost the most distinguished general in my army and a companion in arms for 16 years, whom I considered my best friend."
That's crazy. That's
Marshal Lannes' death was a great blow to Napoleon and the army. He had proved himself an outstanding commander, as brave as Ney, with the military mind of Soult, the marshal who led Napoleon's vanguard in 4 of his greatest campaigns. His remarkable soldiering skills would be sorely missed by the Emperor in the challenging years that lay ahead.
And we still got one more!
1. Marshal Davout.
Oh. Davout was one of the purest glories of France.
Louis-Nicolas Davout was born into a noble family from Burgundy, with a tradition of military service that went back to the Crusades. At 15, he was sent to the military school in Paris, just missing a young Napoleon Bonaparte, who'd graduated a few weeks before. In 1788, Davout was commissioned into the Royal Champagne Cavalry Regiment. But within a year, his vocal support for the French Revolution had got him into deep trouble. He was forced to resign his commission and spend 6 weeks in prison.
Wow.
In 1791,
That's different. Most people were on the other side.
Davout joined a local volunteer battalion and was elected its deputy commander. The next year, France was at war with Austria and Prussia, and Davout soon proved himself a brave, highly organized and energetic officer. He also won praise for attempting to prevent his commanding officer, General Dumouriez, defecting to the Austrians, though he was not successful. The incident did speed Davout's promotion to brigadier general. But the revolution was now entering its most extreme phase. A new law barred ex-aristocrats from the army, and Davout had to resign his commission once more.
That's insane, isn't it?
A year passed before he was reinstated, with command of a cavalry brigade in the army of the Moselle. He led a series of daring operations against the Austrians, winning particular praise from General Desaix, who became a close friend. In 1798, Desaix introduced Davout to his friend, General Bonaparte. Napoleon was not at first impressed. Davout was aloof, untidy and awkward. Napoleon even described him as a damn brute. But he
A lot of people thought the same in Napoleon, by the way.
did trust Desaix's judgment, and gave Davout a command in his army bound for Egypt. It was a tough campaign for Davout, who caught dysentery in Cairo. But he further demonstrated his military skill, winning a series of skirmishes on Desaix's expedition into Upper Egypt.
And that was when they were chasing out the Mamluks, right?
Later leading a successful assault on the town of Aboukir. Soon after their return to France, General Desaix was killed at the Battle of Marengo, robbing Davout of a close friend and patron. However, Napoleon had been won over by Davout's performance in Egypt. He now promoted him General of Division and appointed him Inspector General of Cavalry. Napoleon also encouraged Davout to marry Amy Leclerc, Pauline Bonaparte's sister-in-law, bringing Davout within the first consul's extended family.
Wow. Okay.
It proved a loving marriage and a great source of strength to Davout in the years ahead. In 1803, Davout was given command of the camp of Bruges, where troops were preparing for the invasion of England. Here he established his reputation as an exceptional administrator and hard taskmaster, enforcing discipline and regular training, while paying attention to his soldiers' welfare and sacking officers who didn't meet his high standards. In 1804, Napoleon proclaimed a new French empire, and Davout, aged 34, became the youngest of its new marshals.
Wow.
His inclusion was a surprise to many, especially as he'd still not commanded anything larger than a brigade in battle. It's very likely
Is it nepotism almost?
That the deaths of Davout's patron, de Say, and brother-in-law, Leclerc, cleared a path for him.
Yep.
The next year, Davout's troops became 3rd Corps of the Grande Armée and marched east to take on the 3rd Coalition. On the eve of the Battle of Austerlitz, Davout force-marched his corps 70 miles in 2 days, arriving at dawn on Napoleon's right flank.
Then immediately fighting. That is just crazy stamina. I will not say that enough. So much stamina these men had.
His troops went straight into action, holding off a powerful coalition attack, buying time for Napoleon's decisive move against the enemy centre. It was a remarkable performance by 3rd Corps, soon eclipsed by an even greater feat of arms the next year in the war against Prussia. As Napoleon concentrated his forces at Jena to attack what he believed was the main Prussian army, he ordered Davout's 3rd Corps and Bernadotte's 1st Corps to cut off their retreat. But 10 miles north of Napoleon, near Auerstedt, Davout ran straight into the main Prussian army. With no sign of support from Marshal Bernadotte's 1st Corps, Davout's 26,000 men faced odds of more than 2 to 1.
3 to 1.
Davout's masterful handling of his troops enabled 3rd Corps to repel the Prussian onslaught. Then, his line stabilized, Davout went on the offensive and routed the enemy army.
How did he do that? A magician.
It was a stunning victory, won at a high price. 1 in 4 of Davout's men were either killed or wounded. When Napoleon heard the first report, he was incredulous. "Your marshal must have been seeing double," he told his aide-de-camp, making a joke of Davout's spectacle wearing. When the report was confirmed, he sent a message back to Davout. "Tell the marshal that he, his generals and his troops have gained everlasting claims on my gratitude." He later gave 3rd Corps the honour of being the first troops to enter Berlin. The next year, at Eylau, Davout's corps again played a pivotal role, trying to turn the Russian flank. When his men were driven back, Davout rallied them, shouting, "The cowards will die in Siberia, the brave will die on the field of honour." This time, 3rd Corps could not break through, but its tenacity helped persuade the Russians to retreat that night. Following the peace treaty of Tilsit, Davout became Governor-General of the new Duchy of Warsaw, where he oversaw the recruitment and training of Polish troops.
Which is going to be very important in the future when they go to Russia.
In 1808, he was ennobled as Duke of Auerstedt. But for all his military prowess, Davout was not a popular figure. Notoriously tough, his troops respected rather than loved him, while several marshals were irritated by his air of superiority and blunt manner. In 1809, with war looming with Austria, Davout rejoined 3rd Corps at Regensburg. When Archduke Charles advanced into Bavaria, the army's temporary commander, Marshal Berthier, nearly left Davout to be cut off. As soon as Napoleon arrived, he ordered Davout to withdraw. It was almost too late, but with immense skill, Davout and 3rd Corps were able to fight their way clear and rejoin the army.
Yeah, that was very lucky that they got out of that one. Very, very lucky.
Davout played a major part in the counter-offensive that followed, known as the 4-Day Campaign, pinning Austrian forces at Egmont, until Napoleon arrived to deliver the decisive blow.
We really didn't talk too much about that, though.
A month later, at the Battle of Aspern, Davout and 3rd Corps never made it across the river. The Marshal's role was limited to trying to sort out the crisis at the bridges, until the French were forced to withdraw.
That was probably one of the smartest things I've ever seen by the Austrians, doing what they did with those bridges, and it really helped them a little bit.
When the army crossed the Danube again 6 weeks later, Davout was in his usual post on the right wing. On the first day of the Battle of Wagram, The Emperor criticised Davout for his slow attack. But the Iron Marshal, as he was now known, was saving his men for what he knew lay ahead. The next day, Davout's troops fought off a major Austrian dawn assault, then launched their own attack, gradually driving in the enemy left flank, helping to make Austrian retreat inevitable. Davout and his corps had emerged from another major campaign as heroes. The grateful Napoleon bestowed on him a new title, Prince of Egmont. For a few years there was peace in Central Europe. Davout spent most of it in Hamburg, in his new role as Governor-General of the Hanseatic cities, cracking down on corruption and illegal trade with Britain. In 1812, Napoleon entrusted him with the enormous task of organizing the Grande Armée for the invasion of Russia. Davout's First Corps alone was 72,000 strong, as big as Napoleon's entire army at Austerlitz.
That's insane, man.
When it crossed the Niemen River in June, its troops were so well turned out that one observer compared them to the Imperial Guard itself. Davout's giant corps was the spear tip of Napoleon's invasion. He mauled Bagration's Second Army at Saltanovka, but could not prevent its escape. 3 weeks later, his troops were in the thick of the fighting at Smolensk. But Davout's lack of allies among the other marshals began to show. Many were keen to see him taken down a peg or two, including Napoleon's chief of staff,
Berthier.
Marshal Berthier, and perhaps even the Emperor himself. When Davout got into a row with Marshal Murat, whom he regarded
Nobody's getting friendly with Murat, man. Everyone's going against Murat.
as incompetent, Napoleon decided in Murat's favour, giving him one of Davout's divisions. On the eve of the Battle of Borodino, the Emperor dismissed Davout's request to outflank the Russian defences. "You are always for turning the enemy," he told him. "It is too dangerous a movement." In the bloody battle that followed, Davout's corps led the frontal attack on the Flèche earthworks. The Marshal himself was injured when his dying horse rolled over him, but remained on the field directing the attack, which was ultimately successful. 6 weeks later, the Grande Armée began its infamous retreat from Moscow. The remains of Davout's corps was ordered to form the rearguard, but he was criticized for moving too slowly. Near Vyazma, a gap opened up, and Russian General Miloradovich pounced.
Yeah, I remember this.
First Corps was routed and saved only by the quick intervention of Marshal Ney, Eugène and Poniatowski. Ney's corps took over as rearguard, but when he became cut off at Krasny, Davout was widely blamed for not turning back to rescue him.
He didn't have the troops though, did he?
Even though it would have been suicidal.
Yeah.
The moment highlighted the gulf in charisma between a marshal like Ney, who was loved by the troops, and Davout, who was not. Davout began the 1813 campaign holding Dresden, but when Hamburg was raided by Russian Cossacks, Napoleon sent him north to organize the city's defense. Exactly why Napoleon kept his best marshal in Hamburg while a decisive campaign raged in Saxony continues to puzzle historians.
Did he think like the British was gonna land and go through Hamburg, or the Army of the North go through Denmark and then Hamburg?
Davout was a stern and effective governor of Hamburg, securing the lower Elbe River and Napoleon's strategic northern flank. He organized a new 13th Corps, and following Napoleon's defeat at Leipzig, withstood a 6-month siege. Davout only surrendered Hamburg in May 1814, after confirmation arrived of Napoleon's abdication.
Yeah.
But what difference the Iron Marshal might have made at Bautzen, Dennewitz, Leipzig or Long remains a tantalizing what if. Davout was not welcomed into the restored Bourbon regime like other marshals. His loyalty to Napoleon was despised by the ultra-royalists. Instead, he was forced into retirement and put under police surveillance. When Napoleon returned to France in 1815, Davout and Lefebvre were the only marshals waiting to greet him at the Tuileries Palace. But once again, Napoleon gave Davout a role which, in hindsight, seems a disastrous waste of his ability. Davout was made Minister of War and Governor of Paris. Vital roles requiring a brilliant and loyal administrator, and Davout worked miracles to raise a new army for Napoleon's final campaign.
Well, Napoleon didn't think it was the final campaign. Napoleon thought it was going to be the beginning of a campaign.
But if Davout, not Grouchy, had commanded the Emperor's right wing in 1815, who knows what might have been?
It might have been to where the Prussians would have been occupied.
Following the Emperor's defeat at Waterloo, Davout organized the defense of Paris and urged Napoleon to fight on. Later accepting that he must abdicate, Davout ensured Napoleon's safe passage to the coast and submitted to the Bourbons. The Royalists had promised Davout that his officers would not be prosecuted for their conduct. He was furious to discover these assurances would not be honored. He also testified on behalf of Marshal Ney, but could not save him from a firing squad. Davout was stripped of his rank and income, though they were restored 2 years later, thanks to the intercession of Marshal Macdonald. Davout shunned court, as he always had. His health was failing, and in 1821, the death of his eldest daughter left him grief-stricken. He died 2 years later of tuberculosis, aged 53. Davout, the youngest and least proven of Napoleon's marshals, proved the most capable of all. Cool under fire and a brilliant tactician, he was the ideal corps commander in battle. A superb administrator, he was a stern and loyal deputy for the Emperor in Poland and Germany. His main weakness was his severe and blunt manner, which won few friends and left some even wishing to see him fail.
It was business.
Not something they saw from the Iron Marshal very often.
All business.
So concludes our ranking of Napoleon's marshals. 26 dramatic lives that reflect a tumultuous age.
Do you agree with this list? It's very interesting. It's very interesting. I don't know how you can disagree with it given how much context was put behind this. So I really don't have, and I mean, I'm not as fluent in the French army as the evaluation of epic history, as well as the what's it called? Well, I forget his name, but he was a retired lieutenant from the French not retired lieutenant, retired French historian. I think that's right. Excuse me if I'm way off base here, but I don't know, man. Like I think this is. I mean, the top three are pretty interchangeable to me. Ney and Soult are just amazing by themselves as well. Berthier might have been the best all around, but he really did. He the one thing that Berthier did not have that maybe Davout had was like the actual combat ability at the same time. Let's say combat ability, leading combat ability. Berthier was more of administration, so I can see how you can push him back a little bit. Lannes, he really just had a shorter career than most of these individuals, but he was just so connected to the Emperor. But you know, I think this is a decent list. I don't think that there was much argument here for any of these individuals to be out of the spot, 1 or 2 spots above, 1 or 2 spots below. So if that means like Mortier, for example, Mortier could have been 16 or 14. Oudinot could have been 11 or 13, something like that. It's not that wild. But let me know what you guys think. Was there any particular individual on this list that you believe is way off key? Meaning like somebody like Grouchy, which he shouldn't be any higher than 22 in honest opinion. But you might think Grouchy is like an 11, or you might think Murat is a 4. let me know what you guys think. I'm very interested in all that. This was a very loving series for me because it kind of put me in more of a holistic perspective of the entire operations versus just Napoleon. You know, without these men, Napoleon would have been nothing. Napoleon would have been nothing without all these men. You know, without someone like Berthier or Davout or any of the others, like, you really don't have the wins. You really don't have the structure, the administrative integrity. You do not have the morale boosters that these individuals carried. These individuals carried morale through and through, whether it be, hey, I want to do it, I'm going to do it, and I think my soldiers need to do it as well. And leading by example, or showcasing strategic aims at different parts of the military campaigns. It's true and true. Just, it was awesome watching this series. And I think this was almost icing on the cake. I'm probably going to do one more Napoleonic video when it comes to the epic history, playlist. Might do some other videos as well to kind of like round the cap for the Napoleonic series. So leave me video recommendations down below and I'm going to start queuing them up. Also, we have a Discord server, so join the Discord server and chat with me, and also put your video recommendations there as well. But guys, that's all I got for you. Appreciate you. Hit that like button, comment as always, and subscribe. Peace out. Bye-bye.